Yeah, we were talking about Miami-Dade County. We saw Marco Rubio leading it in the Senate race. You can see now the governor's race. This is the statewide number. DeSantis 7 points up on Crist, and we do have Miami-Dade for the governor's race. And look at that in, again, the mail. You can see now the governor's race. This is the statewide number. DeSantis 7 points up on Crist, and we do have Miami-Dade for the governor's race. And look at that in, again, the mail/early vote portion, which is usually the most Democratic friendly. Ron DeSantis with an 8-point advantage over Charlie Crist in Miami-Dade County. Again, this is a county that was 30 points Democratic just in 2016. The other implication for this comes at the House level. Talking about battle for control of the House, there is a congressional seat in Miami-Dade that Democrats have been targeting. Maria Salazar, a freshman Democrat who was elected in a bit of a surprise in 2020. They've been targeting her, Democrats have. But again, with this strong Republican performance you're seeing in the votes in Miami-Dade so far, Salazar out to a double-digit advantage against her Democratic challenger. And also, just to update you as well, Anna Paulina Luna, the Trump loyalist running in the 13th district that Charlie Crist used to represent, has now pulled ahead. This, again, as the same-day vote is counted in Florida. So that would be, if Luna is able to win there, that would end up being a Republican gain in the House. Remember, they only need a net gain of 5 seats to take the House. But the idea Florida that Ron DeSantis had was to flip a district like the 13th with that remap that he did. Again, just resetting there statewide. Everything but the Panhandle being tabulated right now in Florida. And there is a pattern emerging where both Rubio and DeSantis are running better than Trump was in 2020 at this point.
Looking for royalty-free music? Discover Epidemic Sound. Get the safest music subscription
The House is tough. That is a really notable acknowledgement from this president. And look, I've been talking to Democrats who are involved in these really close races, and they say they are clear-eyed. This environment is very tough for them because of inflation, Tom, what you've been talking about, because, of course, the president's low approval ratings as well. So they feel as though that's been a drag on their party. But look, if you talk to those who are allies of the president, they make the case that historically speaking, the party in power loses seats. So they say this is not any different from what we have seen in the past. I think for the White House, for the president, for his allies, they think that a good night is keeping the losses in the House to about 20, 25 seats. That would allow them to make the case that those are fewer losses that were suffered during the midterms under former presidents Trump and Obama. So that's the spin that you can expect to hear. But again, they are feeling optimistic about their chances in the Senate, although they know that is going to be quite close as well. They're also bracing for the possibility of divided government. What is that going to look like? It's going to be hard to get any new legislation passed, like the climate agenda that President Biden has. There are also going to be investigations that Republicans are signaling into everything from Hunter Biden to the origins of COVID. I also think the other thing that we will be waking up to tomorrow, no matter what the results, there's going to be mounting pressure on President Biden to say whether he's going to run again, guys. And of course, this comes on the heels of former President Trump in Ohio closing out the campaign overnight. As you both know, he teased the fact that he may be running again, saying that he has a big announcement next week.
Kristen Welker at the White House North Lawn. We will say goodbye for now, but not for long, Kristen. Thank you very much. And Tom, I will say goodbye to you for now, but not for long. I have to run across the street, as you do as well, so we can pick up our network special coverage, which starts in just about 15 minutes. We're going to roll right into it. Don't do anything different, right? You just stay where you are and keep watching us.
Yeah, I know you have to run over there. I'm going to follow you. Thanks so much. This has been great. We do want to tell you when we come back, some more exit polling, especially on President Biden, but also we're going to take you live to Pennsylvania for updates there. You are watching the Election Night Special right here on NBC News Now.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. It's Eric Coffin. I'm here at the November 4th, 2022 Metal Investors Forum. I'm here with Mark Kolobaba. Mark is the CEO of Atomera Minerals. It's a company I've followed for a few years. It trades under ADZ on the Venture and under DDNNF, OTC in the US. Mark has been focused in an area around Republic in Northeast Washington called Cook Mountain area. You've been working there a lot of years. You've done a lot of early stage work, a lot of surveys. Yep. But it really feels like you maybe made a couple of breakthroughs this year. So why don't we talk about one? Let's start off with the discovery that you made at Limefoot South, and why. What's the sort of the bigger picture importance of that? I mean, obviously it's important you drill the hole, but what are the implications of that for what you can do next?
Yeah. So we call it Limefoot South. Yeah. It's about 500 meters from the Limefoot mine, so it's really close. And sometimes it shocks me to think that you can put a hole in still and find something. But this was not easy to find. We found it using SP, IP, lots of very detailed soils. A lot of resolution on the data, and we put a drill hole through it last year, got 2.7 meters of 4.7 grams. We came back in this year and just did a minor step out either side of it. Both hit, but the one that was more to the north hit it deeper and showed a much, showed it to be thicker and higher grade. Right. So I think the grades are telling us something. When we get a gram, you can maybe go either direction and find more, but sometimes maybe just a gram, and it's a small occurrence. when you start to get 21 grams, we've got a 2.3 meter section of that is 17.5 grams per ton. And that's, to me, that says you've got a system here and you need to keep stepping out. We can't step out fast at this point because we don't know the orientation of this. What I do know is it's not planar, but it's probably like a plunging rod or a cigar-shaped body. And that's not such a shock because the Lanefoot mine itself was like that.
Yeah, Lanefoot was, I think, what, like 1 million ounces, bit over 1 million ounces. The grades were high. I think it was, 11, 12 grams. But as you found out fairly recently, I guess, because there's not much data. I know I went looking once. But you in the last couple of releases, you showed this long section, and Lanefoot is, in fact, it's like 7 shoots is what makes it up.
That's right. And when you're looking at a shoot, there's way more ways to miss it than there is to hit it. I mean, they're tough to drill. So you step out slowly and try to piece it together. And then once you understand it, then you can step out.
Right.
And but grade's not the issue. I like this grade, and this is 10 grams, 10.5 grams. That's what we're looking for in this part of the world.
Well, and you've got, it's important to note too that you've got several targets that are, cheek by jowl, basically. They're quite close to each other, but these are all ones that have the same backup. I mean, you seem to have, it looks like you have found a targeting method that works. That's kind of a game changer, really.
And we went through a lot of things. We just keep trying. And, one of the things we liked about that project right from the beginning is it had a lot of chemistry. And going back to look at the core now and looking at the not just gold, but all the trace elements, we can now look back at our soils and go, oh my gosh, we never would have drilled that. But then we see these big trace element anomalies that absolutely make sense that didn't make sense 2 months ago.
Right.
So that's really helpful. The geophysics, it's just massive pyrite. So pyrite's not magnetic. It can be a conductor, and it can be, but in this case, it's a very strong SP, self-potential anomaly.
Right.
So, when you get down to SP, you've tried everything.
Right. Yeah. Old school.
Yeah.
And then one of the nice things with Lanefoot too that's definitely worth mentioning is because of the topography and the access, it was a recently logged area. It's pretty much a year-round thing. Our Buckhorn project has an elevation of 5,500 feet. Yeah. This
is about 3,000 feet.
Right.
It's less than a kilometer off the Highway 21. Right. So super accessible. Once you're on it, you can work all year round for sure.
Right. Yeah. And that's something that you're planning to do. Now that you had this discovery hole, you went to Buckhorn, which we'll talk about in a sec, and now the rig is coming back to Lanefoot, but the idea is to just kind of keep going and keep drilling. That's
right. So we had 2 rigs on Buckhorn. One of them, we got it out of there a couple of days ago. The last one's coming off yesterday and today. And today we got a foot of snow. Right. So it's just that much more difficult. But it'll be off of Buckhorn today, hopefully, and we'll get it down to Lanefoot.
Right.
And we'll work on getting an orientation of that mineralization, but also we've got a number of other targets, and we need to get permits for that.
Right.
So, and I don't see that as a huge undertaking.
Okay, but you have stuff you can drill right away to get started.
Yeah.
Okay, now the other project that you also, I think arguably you have made a breakthrough. You just don't know what it means yet because you're waiting for assays. But you drilled 3 or 4 targets at Buckhorn. Maybe a little bit of background on Buckhorn too, because that, again, like Lanefoot, that was a recently producing high-grade gold mine.
Yeah, up until 2017, Kinross was producing gold from that. It was it produced 1.3 million ounces, average grade of 13 grams per ton.
Okay.
You have to remember, when you have 13 grams per ton, these are not big monsters. It's not like a big porphyry. Yeah. You're looking at small bodies that have a lot of gold in them. So when you're exploring, you can take the resolution down.
Right.
And you can try a lot of different tools because you need to just get it right. So there's one producing mine in that district. It was called the Buckhorn. I am a big believer that something like that tends to occur in clusters. They're not usually just a single occurrence. So for us to work near that is a good thing because we think there's others.
Right.
And we use the mine itself as our model. So we know that high-grade gold needs a lot of sulfides. It needs magnetite. They're conductors. They're magnetic. So that's really what we're looking for. And if we can see any soil or rock geochemistry, it just supports that target. And we went out this year, drilled 4 targets, as you suggested, and all 4 of them have hit sulfides. And that, I can't tell you how relieved I am, because, I mean, if you're looking at a conductor, it could have been graphite.
Right.
That's the end of the story,
Yeah.
of that target. When you hit sulfides, it's really, I mean, it's a very good step forward. Now the assays, of course.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a gold project. So gold projects, you never know until the assays come back. But I have to say, I was, and I've followed this stock for a long time. Mark and I become friends. I mean, I'm not a tiny shareholder, so I'm biased. But I was quite impressed at the size of these intercepts, because I just don't think of Cook Mountain as being a place where you get a lot of scale. That was never its appeal. The appeal of Cook Mountain was grade rather than scale. And obviously you got to see how much of any of these
County, it's going to be pretty late today before we get some data.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We are watching a lot of storylines here in Pennsylvania when it comes to these ballots and getting these votes counted. We've talked about this before, Tom. There's going to have to be some patience for Pennsylvania, as high stakes as this Senate race is, as tight as it is. We're going to be waiting probably days to get the results here. And as polls close around most of Pennsylvania in just a couple of minutes, here in Luzerne County in northeastern Pennsylvania, a critical county that we've been watching for a year now, actually, polls will be closing at 10 p.m. there. A judge extended voting time there because about 1 in 5 polling places today ran out of printer paper for ballots, Tom. That's right. Might be shocking. A lot of local officials we talked to are shocked by this, but that did happen for about 4 hours at least in several of these polling places. Voters couldn't get those ballots printed out, couldn't submit the ballots, and so those hours have been extended. It's going to be a long night here. Not likely to get results out of Luzerne County, not likely to get results out of Philadelphia. We're going to be waiting a while here, Tom.
Okay, Dasha Burns with phenomenal and incredible reporting. Dasha, I know it's going to be a late night, maybe a late week for you as well. We appreciate it. Guys, we have about 2 minutes left before we have to go to a break and before we start our coverage at 8 o'clock. Tara Palmieri from Puck, your thoughts almost as we approach 8 o'clock. What surprised you tonight so far?
There haven't really been a ton of surprises so far, mainly because the results haven't come in yet. I still think this is going to be a rebuke on the incumbency, but I think what we're going to figure out is if the president's messaging in the final week really worked, if people see democracy, if they see abortion, if they see more of these existential issues as more luxury items, or if they're going to vote on day-to-day issues like inflation, pocketbook, economy, what's going to drive the independent voters out. And I think we're going to see that. Right now, still too early to tell, but my gut says, based on the polling that we've seen, is that pocketbook is going to win the day and democracy just might not win.
Abortion was high up there on the minds of voters, which will help Democrats. Eugene Scott from the Washington Post, your final thoughts so far as we approach 8 o'clock.
I think I've been most surprised so far by turnout being pretty significant in some places that people thought it perhaps would not be. There have been quite a few polls that said voter enthusiasm, how enthusiastic are you about voting? And it hasn't been as high as it has been in maybe some of the more recent elections. But I think it's important that people realize that for some demographics, being enthusiastic about voting doesn't determine whether or not you're actually going to vote. And so I think we've seen that in some of these states.
We've been able to call some Senate races so far. We've been able to call a big governor's race in Ohio. We're still waiting on a lot of data. It's still a very early night. And we've even seen former President Trump live at Mar-a-Lago talking to reporters In an attempt possibly to also make this night partially about him, he announced yesterday that he has a big announcement coming up. We are coming up on those critical 8 p.m. poll closings. We're going to have so much politics for you tonight. We have a huge special coming up at 8 o'clock. We have data coming in from the exit polls. We also have a lot of voter polls reporting and precincts coming in from the several battleground states that we've been doing it. And I will say this, because we actually have a little bit more time before we have to go to this break. Eugene, as I go to you, we haven't seen President Biden tonight. We've heard him talking to reporters. Do you think he'll come out tonight and say anything, or do you think it's going to be a late night and we won't hear from him until tomorrow?
I think it could be a late night. I mean, we know that he's been calling some of the leaders in the Democratic Party and encouraging them and voters and staff and some of the, who are at the polls and to express his support and his appreciation. But I think he may wait before he says something.
And Tara, former President Trump already trying to make this night about himself.
Right. I saw an interview on a right-leaning network, I think OAN, and he was asked, how will you interpret the results? If they're bad, not my fault. If they're good, it was because of me. So I think you're going to get exactly what you think you're going to get from Trump.
Classic Trump line. All right. Quick update. I'll be joining Savannah Guthrie, Lester Holt, Chuck Todd, and my co-anchor, Hallie Jackson, who's already over there. Our NBC News special coverage of the midterm elections continues right now.
Good evening from NBC News election headquarters. Tonight, all eyes on which party will control Congress.
Democrats clinging to razor-thin margins in both chambers with the entire House and dozens of Senate seats on the ballot and many Americans unhappy with the state of the economy. Republicans may be poised to regain power tonight.
Election night 2022.
Ask your healthcare professional if Supemtech is right for you.
Action Break with Hal Johnson and Joanne McLeod.
People often drink sugary pop as a pick-me-up at work. Did you know that pop has a really low pH?
Hydrate.
Millions of Americans voting at the polls and by mail. The question to be answered tonight, who will control Congress?
Democrats trying to cling to a razor-thin margin of control in both the Senate and the House.
I'm going to stand up for the best in the American spirit.
Democracy is on the ballot this year.
Republicans on offense, aiming to seize the upper hand once again.
They're fleeing these failed states because these states don't work.
With the influence of the former president looming large.
President Trump taught us how to fight, and I took a few notes.
What that means for the direction of the country.
High drama and high stakes from coast to coast tonight in an election unlike any other, as America decides who will tip the balance of power.
From NBC News, Decision 2022, The Balance of Power. Here now are Lester Holt and Savannah Guthrie.
Hi, it's 8 o'clock on the East Coast, and the polls have just closed in 16 states, including the closely watched Senate races in Pennsylvania and Florida. Hi, everybody. I'm Savannah Guthrie here alongside Lester Holt, Chuck Todd, Andrew Mitchell, and Hallie Jackson. And it promises to be an exciting and a long night.
Get comfortable. We'll be here a while, folks. We're here with the entire NBC News team to bring you all the latest results and what they will mean for you on this historic night. To set the stage, all 435 House seats, 35 Senate seats, and 36 governor's mansions are up for grabs tonight.
The Republicans only need a net gain of 1 seat in the Senate and 5 seats in the House to take control of both houses of Congress. The political winds may be at their backs tonight, and we already have some results to share with you this morning. We can project a winner here at NBC News in the Florida Senate race. Marco Rubio will go to the Senate for a 3rd term. He beat his opponent, Val Demings, the former Orlando police chief. Let's go to Pennsylvania. A lot of folks watching this one, and you're going to be waiting a while. It is too early to call. John Fetterman, Mehmet Oz battling it out for the open seat in Pennsylvania and in New Hampshire. Another one with some late momentum for the Republican in the race, Maggie Hassan, the incumbent, holding on at this hour, but it is too early to call.
We've got a projection in the Alabama Senate race. Katie Britt, former chief of staff to the outgoing senator, will go on to victory tonight. That's the projection. In Kentucky, too early to call. Richard Blumenthal trying to hang on to his seat in Connecticut. Illinois, the Senate race there is too early to call.
Let's go to Maryland. There's a Senate race there. It is too early to call. Chris Van Hollen, the incumbent, leading at this hour. In Missouri, same situation. Too early to call, but Eric Schmidt, the Republican, leading at this hour. And in Oklahoma, James Lankford will return to the United States Senate in his race.
And in the other Oklahoma race, Mark Wayne Mullen, the projected winner over Democrat Kendra Horn. In Georgia Senate, this is one that may keep us here a while, even weeks. Too early to call on that Senate showdown between Raphael Warnock and Herschel Walker. Ohio Senate. Right now, it is too early to call. You can see Tim Ryan, the Democrat, leading, but that race too early to call.
Let's go to North Carolina. The Senate race there, hotly contested. Too early to call there. Sherry Beasley, the former state Supreme Court justice, up against Ted Budd. So here's where we stand at this hour. Democrats with 36 seats, Republicans with 36 seats. Currently a 50-50 matchup there in the Senate, but we will see if that changes tonight. And we want to start getting into the governor's races at this hour, and we will project that Ron DeSantis cruises to victory over Charlie Crist by double digits in the state of Florida.
The Pennsylvania governor's race, Josh Shapiro, Doug Mastriano. That is too early to call. Mastriano, the Trump-backed candidate in that race. The Georgia governor's race, a rematch here, too early to call between Stacey Abrams and Brian Kemp. Alabama governor's race. It looks like Kay Ivey, the projected winner, she'll continue to be lead that state.
Connecticut's governor's race, too early to call. Ned Lamont, the incumbent, trying to hang on there. In Illinois, also too early to call. J.B. Pritzker, the incumbent. And in Maine, an open seat for Governor Janet Mills versus Paul LePage. Excuse me, not an open seat. We've got the incumbent Janet Mills. That is too early to call, but the Democrat is leading there.
Maryland governor's race. Let's see where we stand right there. I believe it's too early to call between we'll move on to the Massachusetts race. Also too early to call. Maura Healey, the Democrat, Jeff Deal, the Republican there. And New Hampshire governor's race, too early to call in that race as well.
Oklahoma has a governor's race that was very contentious. Kevin Stitt, the incumbent, up against Joy Hoffmeister. Too early to call, but Governor Stitt is leading at this hour. In Rhode Island, it is too early to call that race. We'll go to South Carolina now, and we will project that the incumbent, Henry McMaster, will win handily over his challenger. And let's go to Tennessee's governor's race. Too early to call there, but the incumbent Bill Lee is leading at this hour. So we've got kind of a slate of governor's races, state houses. We've got the Congress at stake. It's got a lot to talk about. We've got our whole team with us, but Chuck, we'll start with you because it's early. And when it's early, we always say, where are the bellwethers? Where are the signs that will indicate where this night may be headed?
Well, look, some of them are in the House. I think there's a developing story going on in that in the true battlegrounds, turnout seems to be pretty even. In the states where you didn't really have a statewide race driving things, you start to see that it looks like Democrats didn't get the turnout in some of those places. And I want to show you a few House race results here that just sort of indicate that a little bit. We have some key House races that we believe need to be watching. We've been watching these in Virginia here. We've told you this is the table stakes here. And as you can see, you know, this lead has been holding. Look, we don't know everything, which part of this is early vote, which part of this is same-day vote, but Elaine Luria, the incumbent, has been trailing the entire time. In the 7th, you see the same thing, a 10-point spread. And look, there's not a lot remaining. However, one thing I'll remind you about the 7th congressional district, the last vote to come in is going to be the bluest vote. So that is something to watch for here. Now, here's a sign that it's probably not going to be a tsunami because Jennifer Wexton's been hanging on. And again, the vote that will be coming in next is going to be bluer. So I told you about small, medium, and large there with those 3 Virginia races. It looks like we're somewhere between medium and small. But again, this is a case where you didn't have anything driving the statewide ticket. But I want to tell you, and I want to take you to the Senate. here a little bit because there's a developing story in Georgia. So we've got the Senate results. I want you to keep an eye on a number here, the raw vote number. Here's Herschel Walker, 620,000 raw votes. And this is going to be important, and I'll tell you why. I'm going to go to the governor's race there. So 620. Now, let me show you Brian Kemp's number, 685. These numbers have been coming in. We were talking about ticket splitters. The story of the night could end up being ticket skippers. And why is ticket skipping more important in some ways than ticket splitting? Because let me go back to the Senate race here. Because what you've done here is, again, let me show you. So I wish we could put them up together, but in this, in 7.0, we'll get it that way. So if you see here, Abrams is getting 51, Kemp's getting 48. Raphael Warnock's getting 53. He's running about 3 points ahead of, but Walker's running about 5 points behind Kemp. So Warnock, you may have more Republicans that showed up in Georgia to vote today, but not more Republicans in the Senate race. And it means that there is a chance that Warnock might be able to avoid a runoff. But the point is, the ticket skipping here has been the thing to watch tonight, and not a good sign for Herschel Walker.
Very interesting to see that. We'll continue to keep an eye on that, of course, in Georgia. If you don't get 50% at this first go-round, you get a runoff. That's that would be December 6th, so in about a month's time. So we'll continue to watch that.
Which is why we never say election night anymore.
No.
It's election until it's over.
Love to hear it.
It's the
election
season.
month.
It's the season. We have reporters.
The leaves have changed.
Fanned out across the country. Let's begin with Ali Vitale, who is in Tampa, Florida, at the campaign headquarters for Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Ali.
Lester, at least here it is going to be election night because the hundreds of people who are packed into this convention hall knew that they were likely showing up for a victory party. Governor Ron DeSantis solidifying his second term here. The room absolutely electric as the race was officially called. But the feeling here has a little bit more to it than just a victory party for a sitting governor who's up for re-election. These are margins that you do not often see in a state like Florida. Usually very tight 1 to 2 point races. Here, of course, DeSantis having a huge lead on his glide path to victory. But it also is potentially a springboard to what's next. I know it's early, but many people talking right now about what DeSantis could say here about his future plans. We know that former President Donald Trump has set his sights on Ron DeSantis, someone who's widely talked about as someone who could be the heir apparent to the Trump mantle in 2024. A lot of donors, a lot of Republican operatives that I've been talking to saying that he could be the next wave of people who could represent the Republican Party in the coming presidential primary. You see many of those faces on your screen there, but DeSantis is continuously the one that comes up in conservative straw polls. When I'm talking to Republican donors, he's someone who has a massive war chest. This race here could be the perfect springboard into a presidential campaign, and so a lot of eyes on the stage behind me for when he comes and gives this address, both what he says about the near term and also his future term plans. You got to imagine that there are a lot of eyes at Mar-a-Lago watching what happens here in Tampa tonight.
That's the other race that may be in the offing.
Well, you know, and just before we go to Kerry Sanders over at Deming's headquarters, Chuck just pulled up an interesting stat.
Check this out.
For those in the DeSantis versus Trump sweepstakes, here's Palm Beach County, the president's home county.
Big Dem County. Just to remind people how big of a Dem County it is, I want to show you, right? Biden won the county by 13 points. Look, DeSantis is wrong, but DeSantis is going to carry Donald Trump's home county.
All right.
So, you know, just something to just file that away in the ongoing Trump-DeSantis feud.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on that. Let's go to Kerry Sanders. He's in Orlando, Florida, the headquarters for the Democratic Senate candidate Val Demings, who did not win tonight. She actually outspent Senator Marco Rubio, Kerry Sanders, but did not bring it across the finish line.
Yeah, she did not. She is here. She's yet to come out. Her campaign has no comment, but the supporters here say that they are devastated, but that this was not unexpected. Senator Marco Rubio will go back for a third term, and in the analysis of all the votes here, what may be most interesting is that the Republican Party in the state actually was able to bring in voters who typically would vote for the Democrats, 18% of the state being Hispanic, and many of those may have crossed over from their Democratic registrations, voting in the Republican race here for in this case, Marco Rubio. There has been a lot of effort by the Republican Party. At the same time, the Democrats themselves have said that their messaging to voters in general, but specifically to Hispanic or Latino voters, has been somewhat of a miss, and that may be reflected here. And what's perhaps most important is, as we see Governor Ron DeSantis back to office, and that was not unexpected, and now Marco Rubio into a third term. A state that was once blue, then purple, appeared to be red. It may now very well be that this is a Republican state, third largest state in the country, which plays a big role in the electoral votes when it comes to the presidential election in 2 years. Guys?
All right, Kerry Sanders at Val Deming's headquarters in Orlando, Florida. Again, NBC News projecting Marco Rubio handily wins a third term in the United States Senate. We got a call for you here. New Hampshire, Chris Sununu, the incumbent there, will get a second term as governor.
All right, we want to check in on a couple of big races, obviously, in Pennsylvania tonight, and that's where Peter Alexander is. Peter, what were the wins going into tonight?
Well, the wins had certainly been in the favor of John Fetterman for much of the campaign, but over the course of the last several weeks, things got a lot tighter as Republican candidate Dr. Mehmet Oz appeared to even things up. This is effectively a dead heat as they come into election night. I've been speaking to campaign aides close to Dr. Oz, and they say that they feel extremely confident going to this evening, though they acknowledge it may be a matter of days before they know the results here. The bottom line is that control of the Senate will likely go through this state, through Pennsylvania, punctuating what has been a long and chaotic campaign, and it's going to continue to be a bit longer because there have been some voting issues throughout this state over the course of the day. Go to Luzerne County, that's in the northeast part of the state, and there it's notable that a county that Donald Trump won twice has been having some issues because they've now extended voting there for an additional 2 hours because many of the polling places had a paper shortage. And then you go to Philadelphia, which is the Democratic stronghold in this state. There it's likely that it's going to take even longer for them to count the votes because just today they reinstated a process to make sure that there are no double votes, which is to say people that cast a mail-in ballot and then showed up at the polls to vote as well today. Beyond that, because so many people in the state vote by mail, they don't begin counting those votes till today. The Secretary of State here, acting position right now, says it could be a few days before we know which way things go here. Savannah and Lester?
We've heard that from another number of races. It's going to be, as we say, a long night, a long week. Patience is going to be key.
Absolutely. Let's go to Gabe Gutierrez. He's in Atlanta. He is at the Raphael Warnock campaign headquarters. And we just saw Chuck talking about potentially a positive sign in some of these early results. But we got a long way to go, Gabe.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Savannah. The polls here in Georgia closed a little over an hour ago, and those results are starting to come in. But interest in this race, in these races, have been extremely high here in Georgia. Of course, more than 2.5 million people voting in these midterms early in Georgia. That is a record, and some $250 million, $250 million coming in to this Senate race. Of course, as you mentioned, could hold the key to the balance of power in the Senate. Now, we are starting to get some of those NBC News exit polls, and the key race, the marquee race here, of course, between incumbent Senator Raphael Warnock and football legend Herschel Walker. And what's interesting in these exit polls is that nearly 2 in 3 Georgia voters say that the Republican Senate candidate Walker lacks good judgment. Now, the question will be, will that prevent them from actually voting for Herschel Walker? And I've spoken with voters over the past several days that say they may not like Walker's judgment. They may have problems with the allegations that he paid for abortions for women, allegations he's denied. So they may have reluctantly voted for him, but they did so because of the economy. And that's something I've been hearing over and over again. Another NBC News exit poll, though, shows that about 44% of respondents said that Warnock was too extreme, that he was too extreme, and that maybe because of the intense amount of ads that have been airing here in Georgia trying to label the Democrat as too extreme and in line with President Biden and blaming him for rising inflation. So certainly that race, very key here. Also the gubernatorial race, as you mentioned, between Republican Brian Kemp and Stacey Abrams. Those votes are just starting. The results just starting to come in. But Savannah, as you said, the key thing here, will any a candidate that comes out on top, will they be able to avoid a runoff according to Georgia state law? Because there's a third-party candidate, and if no candidate reaches 50% of the vote, we head to a runoff next month here. Savannah?
I guess that's why we're calling it election season, Gabe. We'll see if we get there. Thank you.
Let's go back over to Chuck at the big board there, and you're kind of breaking down what we're seeing now in that Senate race in Georgia.
I am. Look, I want to remind people the majority of this vote so far, and we've got a nice little tool here to show this, is basically early vote. 65% of the vote so far is early vote. Just 3% is election day vote. And we know there's a big difference in how the two parties vote on that. So I want to get that out of the way, that caveat out of the way. But I want to show you something. It hasn't mattered if we were in a red county or a blue county. I want to do Chattooga. This is on our county to county. This is Marjorie Taylor Greene's district. Obviously, this is going to be a big Walker County. But Walker is running consistently behind Trump's number all over the state. As you can see here, he's running about 3 points behind. Warnock running about 3 points ahead of there. But look, you go to Fulton County, which is obviously going to be a huge, this is Atlanta, it's going to be a huge Warnock County. And again, he's performing almost 3 points better than Biden, and Walker is underperforming Trump here. Performance, you know, in general, where is this coming from? Well, if you look, let me take you and compare. There's a lot of people skipping this race. There's no doubt in my mind. Look at the number now, 694. And let me take you to the governor's race. And as you can see here, he's now almost 70,000 votes.
Just to be clear, what you're saying is these are people who might have gone in and said, I'll vote for the governor, Brian Kemp for governor, the Republican, but I'm just not even filling in a Senate race.
They are skipping the race. We've been talking about, and I was skeptical that we were going to have a lot of ticket splitters, that I really believed it was ticket skipper. We're too polarized in this country, and there are people who are like, well, I'm not going to bring myself to do this, but I'm not going to vote for him. I'm going to skip the race. Ticket skippers, I think, could be more of the story of tonight than ticket splitters.
I don't know how deep you can take that down, but is any of this potentially due to the accusations that he faced?
Look, all I could tell you, Lester, is in the last 3 weeks of this campaign, Raphael Warnock may have run one positive ad, and everything was repeating every single allegation about Herschel Walker, whether it was the physical violence, the abortion accusation, paying for an abortion, or even just his fitness for office in general. So it was a really negative campaign. Certainly the Republicans ran a negative campaign against Warnock. But when you think about all of that, put it this way, if they didn't get this skipping tonight, I mean, I think this is proof. Does character count in politics? The skipping here, I think, will be the answer to that.
And we should know you had the governor's boards up there, but...
I do. Sorry about that. I can go back to the Senate
And it's
race.
early vote, which predominantly Democrats are doing the early voting.
Predominantly Democrat. And by the way, we don't know if Election Day vote, there's fewer skippers. That's something else to keep in mind. Certainly the early vote Republicans have skipped this race, and there may be a difference. You may have more conventional Republicans comfortable voting early, and the more Trump Republicans voting Election Day. It's something else to keep in mind.
The plot thickens, as they say. All right, we've got much more to come on a busy election night.
We're back after this.
This holiday season, give back to the givers with the festive special, only $16.49 at Swiss Chalet.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Hi, everybody. It's election night. Welcome back to our special coverage. We are seeing record levels of interest among voters, according to our most recent poll.
Tom Llamas is staying on top of what the American public has to say about it all. Tom, good evening.
Lester and Savannah, good evening to you guys. So tonight we'll be giving you data from our exit polls coming in, and we want to peel back the curtain to explain how we get this data. First up, we want to tell you that we're getting exit polling data from every single state in this country. On top of that, we're getting state-specific data in 11 of the battleground states. And we're talking about the most important states we're talking about tonight, the closest races in Pennsylvania, Ohio, Florida, Arizona, and Nevada. Now, the data comes from voters like you, directly taken by interviewers outside of polling locations. You may have seen signs like this, people filling out those questionnaires. They're so important. They're done here. They're also done for absentee voters on the phone. And here's what the surveys look like. They're done by a company called Edison Research. And they ask voters basically first their gender, their race, their age. And then on those state-specific questions, like this is Pennsylvania, you have questions like, are John Fetterman's views too extreme? Also, are Dr. Oz's views too extreme? And that's how we get some of the data. We do want to say all the exit polling data we have so far is very early. And we ask about the top issues, including the economy, Biden, former President Trump, abortion, crime, immigration. We're getting data all night. And we hope to draw a narrative to figure out why voters voted the way we did. And tonight we have our first big question in, which is, what was the most important issue for voters, right? What compelled people to vote, and how did they vote? The top issue, inflation. The economy, 32%. But look at this, guys, 27% abortion, rounding out the top three, crime at 12%. We wanted to ask a little more about the issue of the economy. So when we ask people nationwide the condition of the U.S. economy, and this is important, guys, 36% say not so good, 39% say poor. So you're talking about right now 75% of voters think the economy is in the tank. Obviously, very tough for President Biden. Guys, back to you.
All right, Tom, thanks. The story of the election, the economy being a huge issue. And Hallie, I know you've been out talking to voters. I mean,
just talked to somebody yesterday.
Yeah, this is the top issue.
Talked to a bunch of people. They all said economy to some degree or the other, but particularly in Georgia, which we were just talking about here, runs a small business, real estate, said inflation is affecting his life in a really serious way. It's why he's voting down the Republican ticket. Not a ticket skipper like Chuck was talking about, but somebody who did vote for Herschel Walker, voted early, saw it as a referendum on Biden.
All right.
Well, we will take a break, continue more of our Decision 2022 coverage here on NBC after the break.
And good evening. I'm Tom Costello in Washington, D.C., where we continue our Special Decision 2022 coverage. Polls are now closed in more than a dozen states, and votes are being counted as we speak, including in the closely watched Senate race in Georgia, which is too early to call at this hour. Republican Herschel Walker trying to take the Senate seat away from Democrat Raphael Warnock. Walker, of course, has been navigating allegations that he paid for 2 women to have abortions, accusations that he has denied. And at this hour, as you can see, 41% in, and Warnock is holding a slight lead over Walker. But again, this is far too early to call. Also in Pennsylvania, another high-stakes Senate race playing out right now between the Democrat John Fetterman, he's the lieutenant governor who has been recovering from a stroke, and the Republican Mehmet Oz, who only recently moved to Pennsylvania from his home in New Jersey. He really had a hard primary fight, painted as a TV liberal. Remember, he's an on-air doctor, but he did win, and he's been suggesting Fetterman has not been honest about his stroke recovery. At this hour, it too is too close to call, 7% in. Fetterman appears to have gotten a big boost from some votes out in the western part of the state. Let's bring in NBC's Rahema Ellis, who is outside the Museum of the American Revolution in Philadelphia, where voters have been casting their ballots all day. Rahema, what are you hearing, and what does it look like so far?
Tom, I can tell you what I'm hearing is that those in the Democratic Party are saying that we might know the outcome of the votes that were cast that were in-person votes, that may be in a matter of hours, but they say it's going to be days before we know about what happens with all those mail-in ballots, because they are finding that the Secretary of State here in Pennsylvania, they're calling for a review of some of those mail-in ballots because they want to ward off any potential questions about double voting. We also know that John Fetterman, you just mentioned, the Democrat for the Senate, he's joined a lawsuit to make certain that some of those mail-in ballots that have invalidated dates, that they are still counted. He said to not count them would mean you would be violating those voters' rights. So, but that's going to take some while. It's going to be some time, everybody seems to be saying, before we know the full outcome of the election that happened here. Tom?
It really has come down to this decision about technicalities on ballots, and for the most part, the government or the courts up until now have held that you should not be throwing out ballots for minor technicalities, right?
Exactly, and that's what the Fetterman people joining that federal lawsuit, along with other Democrats, that's exactly what they're saying. And they want to say that here in Pennsylvania, it is so important because in the last presidential election, the last two, that was decided here in Pennsylvania by about 1% or less. And with the mail-in ballots, they had about 1.4 million requests for mail-in ballots. 70% of those were from Democrats. So they want to make certain that all of those votes are counted. And it should be some time before we know what the results of that balloting was. That's important to remember.
And on the attack line, as I understand it, you've really seen Fetterman kind of trying to paint Oz as out of touch on the issue of abortion, suggesting that local politicians should have a vote and a voice in whether women get an abortion.
Absolutely, and it's interesting you should say that because we talked with some voters here today. Here in Pennsylvania, they've allowed the people to split their vote, and some people were saying that abortion issue was really important for them. Tom?
Rahima, thank you very much. We'll have more as we continue through the evening. For now, I'm Tom Costello at NBC News in Washington.
Welcome back to NBC's election coverage of the 2022 midterms. The polls have just closed in Arkansas. Votes are being counted as we speak. Let's show you where things stand right now. Too early to call in that race in the Arkansas Senate contest. There you see, too early to call. John Boozman, Republican, Natalie James, the Democrat. Let's look at the Vermont Senate race, the seat vacated by Senator Patrick Leahy. Peter Welch, the projected winner. Democrat Peter Welch projected to win that race.
Now to the two hot races we're watching closely tonight. Pennsylvania Senate, too early to call there. Same story in Georgia. We've talked a lot already about
And just pet your hair. And pet other places too. Yeah. Maybe I don't say this enough, but I do love your curiosity for everything. It's just a relaxed curiosity with you, and that's... I love it about you. And, actually right now your hair is the length that I really love. It's like the top is... It's a little bit longer, so something to play with. But the sides right here, it's like shorter. Yeah. I like it when it's messy in the morning. I could just lay here forever. This turns into a horror movie. I'm kidding. You're allowed to laugh. So, you know how I braid my hair every night? I know, right? It is getting super long. Like, let me see. At the longest point, it is just about touching the bottom of my rib cage. No, it's long, right? Well, yeah, as I was saying, you know how I braid my hair every night? Well, lately I have been unbraiding, like taking the braid out in the morning, waking up like this. Yeah, I know you noticed. 'Cause you started to look at my hair a little while ago and follow it.
For making me do anything. And even if it didn't calm me down or whatever, still wouldn't need to apologize because I am always here for you, okay? I just want you to feel the best version of you as possible, okay? And when you're feeling a little down, my main priority is to help pick you back up, okay, baby? So you do not need to apologize. It's what I love to do.
is everything. And I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. And he's just like, no, I'm just glad you guys are together. I'm like, no, we're not. And he's just shook. He's just convincing me that we should be together. Yeah, you can ask him. I don't know what's that about, right? It's
returns in each individual state. In the House, they're going to be limited, especially if Democrats retain control of the Senate. But even if they don't, with Joe Biden's veto pen awaiting, a lot of what we're going to see from House Republicans in the majority would be messaging bills to make their base happy, but that won't become law, and a lot of investigations. And I think that's where you may see the impact of those election deniers, perhaps looking to investigate some of these issues that have animated the Republican, particularly the pro-Trump voters, really going back to the days right after the 2020 election when these election-denying candidates got their start.
Garrett, not a lot of time left, but if they do decide to investigate, for example, Hunter Biden, and that really only has traction within the GOP, that doesn't seem to be a wide appeal issue for the rest of the country.
We've seen this time to time historically, Tom. New majorities come in, they fire up investigations and oversight, and sometimes they overreach. It's the kind of thing that could swing the political winds back in Democrats' favor come 2024. Not that we want to start thinking about that just yet.
Oh, but we can't help ourselves. Garrett, thank you. Garrett Haag. We are going to keep a close eye on all of this through the night. NBC News coverage continues right now. Special coverage, Decision 2022.
Hi, everybody. Great to have you along with us on NBC News for coverage of the 2022 midterm elections. It's been quite a night already.
Yeah, and the polls have just closed in Montana, Nevada. That's a biggie. Utah, although residents in that state vote only by mail. We're just an hour away from poll closings on the West Coast. So why don't we run you through what we have so far in Utah. We're calling that one too early. This is the Utah Senate, too early between Mike Lee and Evan McMullin. Remember, the Democrats didn't put a candidate in this race. They're backing McMullin. This is Nevada. Closely watched. The economy, huge issue there. Catherine Cortez Masto, the Democrat. Adam Laxalt, the Republican, too early to call. And Louisiana Senate. We've got a projection there. John Kennedy will win easily. Re-election for Senate out of Louisiana.
Let's go to North Carolina. This is developing in a fascinating way. We'll talk about it more in a moment, but it's too close to call between Ted Budd and Sherry Beasley for that open Republican seat. Let's talk about Georgia. Too early to call. We expect this to be a long night, long week, perhaps. Maybe we go into December of a runoff if nobody gets to 50%. And in Ohio, we're calling it too early to call right now. J.D. Vance versus Tim Ryan in that Senate race.
All right, Pennsylvania Senate, that still remains too early to call. A fair amount of vote coming in there, but again, too early to call on that John Fetterman, Mehmet Oz showdown. The New Hampshire Senate race, too early to call. Maggie Hassan out in front over Donald Bullock, the general, but again, too early to call there. Arizona Senate, that is too early to call as well.
Well, Wisconsin is the same situation. Too early to call there. We've got Ron Johnson looking for another term in the United States Senate up against Mandela Barnes. So let's see where we stand at this hour, 10 o'clock in the East. And we've got Democrats having 40 seats, Republicans 41. It's a 50-50 split going into tonight. So Republicans needing to net just one seat to take control of the United States Senate.
And we're watching a lot of governor's races tonight. Nevada again, where the polls have closed. Too early to call in that governor's race in Nevada. The New York governor's race, also too early to call. Kathy Hochul, Lee Zeldin. Hochul looking to do her first full term as governor of New York.
Let's go back to Maine. The governor's race, too early to call there. Paul LePage, a former governor. Janet Mills, the incumbent. Too early to call, but we can say that the Democrat, Janet Mills, is leading. And we're saying the same in Pennsylvania. Josh Shapiro, the attorney general there. Too early to call the race, but he is leading against his opponent, controversial Doug Mastriano, who we just spoke about a few moments ago.
Yeah, what do you say we go to Jacob Soboroff now? He's at a polling location in Henderson, Nevada. We showed the big races there. Too early to call, but you've been seeing your camera view a lot of enthusiasm about this election, Jacob.
Lester, honestly, it has not stopped. And last time I talked to you, I think the tally was around 2,000 people had voted at this location. It's up to almost 2,500 on last check. And actually, they were telling me it's quite interesting. You could take the high shot if you want and take a look down at what's going on. Part of the reason that you see kind of a crush of people down here right now is that there were 8 printers that ran out of paper at this location, and they had to call the central warehouse that runs the elections here and had to bring all that paper over here to continue the process because while you vote on electronic machines, all of them are backed up with paper records of what those ballots cast ultimately were. I'd also love to show you, if we have a second, I want you to bring you over here and show you the end of the line, because when I talked to you guys last, I'm pretty sure that the line doubled back twice. Now it looks like it's about 3 times as long as it was before. The line's all the way out to the door, and the folks that are here probably have another at least hour or so to wait. But the important thing to note is that everybody that's in this line right now, and you can see, yeah, it almost goes all the way out. This mall is closed right now, so all these people are here after hours. The stores have shut. The arcade around the corner just closed those metal grates that everybody's so familiar with from the mall. But everybody that's in line right now is going to get a chance to vote, and the election administrator here says she thinks it's going to go pretty quickly now that they got all that paper back. Might be another half hour until everyone makes it through the line here, you guys.
You talk about something as simple as printing paper. You have to hand it to these poll workers, these volunteers who have taken it on the chin in many ways, in recent months, and to see them out there doing what they do. If you're voting tonight, give them a thanks.
Doing their civic duty, and again, in an environment that's gotten increasingly difficult. So hats off to them. Let's go to Vaughn Hilliard. He's in Scottsdale, Arizona, at the shared headquarters for 2 Republican candidates there. Carrie Lake for governor, Blake Masters for U.S. Senate. Vaughn, how are they feeling this morning? This evening.
Right. We should note that the first ballots are just dropping here literally as we speak right now. And I keep refreshing my phone here to see what these results are. But what you should be expecting here from these initial results is the Democrats, the slate of candidates, not only incumbent Democratic Senator Mark Kelly, but also Katie Hobbs, the current Secretary of State who is running against Republican Carrie Lake for governor, but also those important Secretary of State and Attorney General races. This initial ballot drop, Democrats need to have a sizable advantage because it makes up about 60% of the ballots that are going to overall be counted around the state. And what we expect is the late mail ballots that were returned in the last really 72 hours, as well as those who voted in person here today, those are going to skew Republican, which is why we saw in 2020 Joe Biden jump out to that significant lead there in that first initial batch, but then Donald Trump closed the gap and almost overcame him, losing by just about 10,500 votes. But this is the race here in Arizona, where we saw back in 2018 with Kirsten Sinema, in 2020 with Mark Kelly and Joe Biden, not only were independents willing, but also conservatives, reticent to Donald Trump, willing to go and vote for Democrats. Here in this longtime conservative state, that was significant. And yet Republicans, they doubled down by going with Trumpism up and down the ballot in 2022. Blake Masters told me himself this summer that he would have objected to the certification of Joe Biden's win if he had been in the U.S. Senate on January 6, 2021. And then the likes of Mark Finchem for Secretary of State, Abe Hamadeh for Attorney General, and Carrie Lake, each of them have still called for the decertification of the 2020 election. And it's important to note, here in the state of Arizona, all 3 of those statewide officials must certify the election results. That is why there's a lot on the line as we wait for these ballots to drop, and the extent to which Arizona voters are willing to potentially cross back over again here in 2022 for a 3rd cycle and willingly vote for Democrats and really make this state to be taken more seriously, considered to be a purple state for the long run. Guys?
All right.
Vaughn, thanks.
Let's go over to Chuck Boyd. Talk about a tight race in Georgia. Let's go.
If you want to stare into the abyss of our close elections, just watch this. It's just fun to point out 63 votes. Not 6,300. 63 votes are what is separating the two right now. But look at this, 49-49. The Libertarians not getting much, but it may be enough to force the runoff, just what Georgians want. They're going to be like, remember the old SNL skit? Really? Really? We're going to have to do this again? We shall see. We're watching that all night. But I want to take you to the developing story of the night, and it is North Carolina. Look, I showed you, looked like the path to victory for Beasley wasn't there. She wasn't doing well in some of these rural African-American counties. But let me show you where she is doing well, because our models indicate this thing is it's going to end up being 50-50. We shall wait and see. But I want to show you, she is outperforming, okay? She is, even with Biden in some of these places, she's outperforming Clinton in these bluer counties. And I'll show you here in another place. In Asheville, she's been running ahead of where Biden is by a couple of points. Here in Wake County and Raleigh, look at that. She's been outperforming him. The point is, the blue areas in North Carolina are just simply bluer. And let's see what happens. But I tell you, the pet theory I have is this little Democratic surge, because one of the reasons why our models at first thought, oh, this is going to be a little bit short, is we made an assumption on, say, Election Day voters. One of the things we're seeing, at least on the East Coast so far, more Democrats voted today than any of the models expected. Some of that could be a little bit of pandemic changing. Some of that simply could have been, oh, maybe I will vote. We're seeing that youth turnout, it looks like it's picking up, at least in the college towns. I'll tell you, I have one name to put out there. Donald Trump had disappeared for the month of October, but this last weekend was all about Trump, Trump, Trump. Single best Democratic get out the vote person in America is Donald Trump.
Hey, Chuck, can you go back to Georgia Senate for a moment? How much of the vote is in?
Oh, well, we still got about 20, I believe it was something like 76%. Yeah, 70. We still got a long way to go, and a long way to get there. Not even a short time to get there.
Okay.
No, we got a long way, and I've been watching this. It bounces back and forth. Right now, the difference is 2,300. It's just sporadic stuff coming in all over. There's no real pattern. This is going to be one where we have to basically see two things. One, will anybody be at 50 or more? But I think this feels like we know where this is headed.
Well, can we talk about Pennsylvania Senate while you're there?
Yeah, we can. We don't have a lot of numbers for it, but we can. This is a little slower coming in because I want to show you. So far, it appears we don't have as much. Let's see how much Election Day vote. Okay, we're starting to get more Election Day vote. Fetterman's holding his lead, but again, I'm reticent to draw any conclusions in any of these places just yet because we're not even at 50% reporting. I don't want to mislead. And don't forget, we already know Philadelphia's going to take forever to report the vote because of that Republican lawsuit.
Okay, a couple of results to report to you right now. In Wyoming, we've got a call. The governor there is going to get another term, Mark Gordon, against his opponent, Teresa Livingston. That was not a close race.
All right, let's move over to Nebraska. The governor's race projected winner, Jim Pilot.
And in New Hampshire, it is too early to call, but now we can say that there is the Democrat leading, Maggie Hassan. Many Democrats very anxious about this race, so they'll be happy to see that at this hour. Let's go to Kristen Welker, who is at the White House. Kristen, what are you hearing from your folks there?
Well, Savannah, they're watching what's happening in New Hampshire for one, and they are encouraged by that. And I can tell you the overall mood here right now at this hour seems to be moderately encouraged by some of what they are seeing. President Biden reaching out to some of the winners. Let me tick through who those are. Democratic Governor-elect Maura Healey of Massachusetts, Senator-elect Peter Welch of Vermont, and Governor Jared Polis of Colorado. The other thing that is giving them some measured optimism, and I stress it is measured optimism, are some of the early exit polling, what Tom has been ticking through around the issue of abortion. So they point to that as a potential bright spot when it comes to turnout. It's still obviously very early, so they're not drawing any broader conclusions at this hour. But again, this is a slight shift in tone in terms of the allies of the president that I've been talking to. They say, we're not seeing a blowout. No clear red wave yet. So that is the tone here, and that is the mood here at this hour at the White House.
All right, Kristen, thanks very much.
Well, let's talk about it. I mean, we've got Pennsylvania, we've got Georgia. We are waiting with bated breath. We talked about this.
Spanberger took the lead. Okay, just so you know, I mean, even in the House too. This is developing into a very competitive.
Okay, that's what I was going to say. Virginia's Abigail Spanberger, who is a Democrat who was considered to be endangered. Liz Cheney actually endorsed her. But is there a possibility we don't know who controls the House by the end of tonight?
Everything I'm looking at, and I've been through a lot, and everything we've been looking at, I'd be surprised if we felt comfortable being able to project a definite Republican take over the House tonight, because we just don't have all these West Coast races in fairness. That doesn't mean they couldn't end up gaining. You know, we saw it took us 3 weeks to get to 40 seats in 2018. We're not saying that, but everything we're seeing on the East Coast, Election Day voting for Democrats was higher than expected, and that is making our models say, hey, this isn't a done deal yet for the R's.
But what has happened down the stretch that would suddenly bring in a same-day
The big thing to me is Donald Trump. I mean, the big thing that was different this last weekend versus every other weekend in October is that Donald Trump suddenly was front and center, dangling the presidential race and all of this. Again, what else moved, nothing else was moving Democrats, and then this last weekend it shifted. You can't help but ask yourself, because again, when Trump was front and center for the party in August and September, remember, that's when Democrats were talking about, hey, they can hold the House.
We were talking a little bit earlier about events. There are always events leading up to election, but the abortion ruling, Supreme Court ruling, happened in June. The January 6th committee, for the large part, kind of hung up their investigation.
Yeah.
The public part of the investigation. So how much does that weigh in when you look at, we look at events sometimes that cause things, but what about the other side?
The Pelosi attack. I threw that on the list too.
The Pelosi attack, sure.
Let's not underrate that.
We know that people, when do people start caring about who they're going to vote for in the midterms? Like right before the midterms, right? So while there was enthusiasm generated for, I think, some of those events you talked about for Democrats, I think Chuck's onto something here when you talk about the Donald Trump factor this past weekend, because sure, there had been discussion of people urging him to wait until after the midterms to make any announcement of 2024, and technically he is waiting. But take North Carolina, for example, here. When you look at the Trump factor, by the way, he's got an event at Mar-a-Lago. He's about to take the stage down at Mar-a-Lago right now. He endorsed Ted Budd in the primaries, right? That's what got Ted Budd over the hump in a pretty competitive Republican primary in this North Carolina very competitive Senate race we're talking about, too. Look at those numbers, not where Republicans thought they'd be.
Donald Trump owns the Senate
When you talk about abortion, one of the criticisms that has been made against the Democrats in these closing weeks is that they spent so much money on the abortion issue right after the Dobbs decision came down, which was way too early, and then did not have an early response on inflation when gas prices started going up, when they got behind the curve on the economy. And there was a lot of criticism of the Democratic Party for doing exactly that.
Well, people will be wondering what brought out the vote. Tight polls will do it, too, when people feel like there's something at stake and their vote counts. And we certainly saw razor-thin margins in a lot of state polls. As we go to break, as mentioned, Donald Trump speaking right now, actually, at an event in Mar-a-Lago, taking the stage. We will be back with more of our coverage of the 2022 midterm elections coming up.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to election night. Let's get to some results. We're looking at this race very, very closely. The Georgia Senate race now being characterized as too close to call. Since we just saw a 64-vote margin a few minutes ago, I think that seems appropriate.
748.
Okay, so we're at 748. It's too close to call.
All right, in the Illinois Senate, Tammy Duckworth reelected for another term as a senator from Illinois. And here's where the Senate stands at this hour, 41-41.
Let's go to Illinois' governor race. We can project that J.B. Pritzker will win another term, easily cruising to re-election in Illinois. In Wisconsin, a hotly contested governor's race, too close to call. The incumbent Tony Evers trying to hang on against his opponent, Tim Michels. And I see that Chuck's getting his steps in. He's over at the board. We've been watching this race all night. The 7th District in Virginia, Abigail Spanberger, the incumbent, trying to hold on.
If you recall, I said, hey, be careful. The last votes are going to be blue the closer you get to Washington. Literally, Virginia is one of those, the vote count literally comes in south to north throughout the state. And that's what's happened here. She's taken the lead. The remaining vote, we believe, is mostly in Prince William. That is a bluer area of this district. So, and look, this is one of the reasons why we don't feel good about saying we know exactly which party is going to control the House. This really is one of those tipping point districts. It is still possible Republicans, because of redistricting failures by Democrats in New York and successes in Florida, they'll find the 5 seats that they need. But this is what we're staring at here in the House. And again, Election Day vote. And we still haven't called Luria. And the simple reason is all of the remaining vote appears to be early vote. And so we want to be careful there. But I'll tell you, I've been dancing around all of our competitive House races here a little bit. And I just, everywhere you go, Democrats are holding their own. Ohio won. This would be a pickup, knocking off a Republican incumbent. Now, this is Cincinnati. Hamilton County became a bit bluer of a district. But, right now you look at many of these. This is another one that we expected to be competitive. Democrats are holding up there. I want to take you to the state of Iowa. Where did Iowa 3 go? We've seen she's hanging in there. This is one Republicans that almost counted on this one being already in their column. So, look, it's across the board so far. Democratic performance in these House races a little bit better, and looks like it's because of Election Day voters.
All right, Chuck will continue to watch it as that story develops. Much more ahead on this dramatic election night on NBC. As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive. All right, let's take a look at the Iowa governor's race right now. And NBC News projects that Kim Reynolds will win another term in that race.
Let's bring in Brendan Buck. He served as a top advisor to the last two Republican House Speakers, Paul Ryan and John Boehner. Hi, Brendan. Been there, done that. We know that. How are you feeling about the results we've seen so far in the House?
Yeah, it's clear that Democrats are coming out. They're not sitting this one out, which is great. We are a very polarized country. We're a very closely divided country, and clearly Democrats are engaged just like Republicans. I still think this is going to be a good night for Republicans. I still think they are going to take the House, and Kevin McCarthy is going to be the next speaker. I think we don't need a big night, right? We were very successful in 2020. Only need 5 seats to take back the majority. Only need, I would say, maybe 15 for a healthy governable majority, and that still seems very on track. There are about 12 seats where Democrats retired in districts where Joe Biden only won in single digits that are still on our target list. So there's a lot of opportunities that are still out there, and I think narratives can continue to shift throughout the night. But clearly this is going to be close, and there were some stretch races that may just be that, long shots that may not turn out.
Let me ask you about a place you know well, and specifically the Georgia Senate race there. Explain that one to us.
Yeah, I'm still looking in the metro Atlanta area. This was what we saw in 2020, where it looked early on like Donald Trump was going to win, but there are still hundreds of thousands of votes out there. And so what looks like potentially a chance for Herschel Walker to get over that 50% threshold, I'm a little skeptical to say he's going to be able to get there. There are a lot of people who just think in Georgia they are solid Republicans, but Herschel Walker is just a bridge too far for them. And when the margin is this narrow, that could be just enough to keep him below 50%, and we may be going into December.
Brendan, we just have a few seconds left, but what's your take on the Trump effect? He came out big this weekend, campaigned, teased, dangled the idea that he's going to run for 2024. Do you think that had an effect one way or the other?
Yeah, I think Chuck's onto something. I mean, we're going to have to look back at this race for a long time afterwards to dissect exactly what happened. But usually when Donald Trump is on the stage, it is not very good news for Republicans down ballot. And maybe that's what we're seeing a little bit tonight.
All right, Brendan Buck, who former assistant to House Speaker Boehner and House Speaker Ryan, thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
We've got much more ahead on this crucial election night. This is Decision 2022, Balance of Power on NBC.
Sad.
And we continue our coverage here on NBC News Now. I'm Tom Costello in Washington. Polls have closed across most of the country, and we will see more close on the West Coast in about half an hour. A quick update right now on some of the tight Senate races we have been watching, with the Senate control hanging in the balance, of course. Let's go to Pennsylvania. The Senate race still too early to call between the Republican Mehmet Oz and the Democrat John Fetterman. That's the Democrats' only real shot at picking up a seat at the moment. Fetterman is ahead of Oz, but again, we are not calling that. It's now too close to call in Georgia's high-profile Senate race. Look at this between the Republican Herschel Walker and the incumbent Senator Raphael Warnock. Right now, 49 to 48.7, 81% of the vote in. Again, at this point, too close to call on this one. And then there's this race in Nevada where polls closed at the top of the hour. It's one of the most competitive Senate races in the country between the incumbent Democratic Senator Catherine Cortez Masto and the Republican challenger Adam Laxalt. Our Guad Venegas is there for us right now in Nevada. Guad, this is a Senate seat the Republicans would love to pick up. Cortez Masto, the first Latina elected to the Senate, and Latinos are a critical part of the electorate there in Nevada. So what's the temperature on the ground right now?
Tom, it is a close race. Latinos very important. It was projected that 1 in 5 voters in this midterm election would be Latino. Here in Nevada, Catherine Cortez Masto, the first Latina elected, does have the support of the Culinary Workers Union. They had 60,000 people out knocking on doors. They projected to knock on about 1 million doors during this campaign to try and get those Democrats out to vote. So that's what she has going for her. And she told me she plans to keep that Latino vote. Now, Republicans only need a small portion of that to make a difference because things are so close. And then, of course, there's the nonpartisans coming into the election. 1/3 of registered voters in Nevada, almost 1/3, were nonpartisan, Tom.
Interesting. Well, Laxalt co-chaired President Trump's presidential campaign back in 2020. Biden carried Nevada by 2 points, but the pandemic hit the state hard. Gas prices are higher than average there. Important factors in this election?
Very important. We've been talking to voters for months, and these are two of the things they always bring up. Money issues, inflation. Add to that the cost of housing in a place like Nevada. But in the more recent weeks, they've also brought up abortion. Abortion rights being very important to a lot of the Democrats and also the nonpartisans. Catherine Cortez Masto has been focusing on campaigning on that issue, while her Republican challenger, Adam Laxalt, has been blaming her and the Democrats for all of these economic problems that the working class in Nevada has been facing. But it's going to be up to those nonpartisans, Tom, because these are the voters we've been speaking to over the last few months, and they tell us they care about all of these issues. Now, what changes in Nevada between your nonpartisans, Republicans, and Democrats is who they blame for the issues, because everyone is facing the same issues. They just blame different people. It's going to come down to see what the nonpartisans decided. Did the Democrats sway them their way to keep supporting the current leadership? Or did the Republicans convince a lot of these nonpartisans to want change? Another thing they have mentioned over and over again, they would like to see a candidate who wins and also focuses on bipartisanship to work across the aisle. Tom?
All right, thank you. Guad Venegas, who's in Nevada for us. We'll have much more real-time results and analysis through the rest of the evening. We pause now to rejoin NBC special coverage, Decision 2022, The Balance of Power.
Welcome back to NBC News coverage of the 2022 midterm elections. The drama beginning to build.
Yeah, we've got a result in a very closely watched race. Abigail Spanberger, the incumbent in Virginia, holds on. That was a race we were watching very, very closely. Let's go to the Texas governor's race. Greg Abbott will get another term as governor.
Arizona governor's race, it is still too early in that one. Very closely watched. Michigan governor, too early. Gretchen Whitmer, the incumbent, of course, the object of a kidnapping attempt by those who opposed her COVID policies. And in the Nevada governor race, Steve Sisolak, the incumbent, versus Joe Lombardo, the Republican. The economy, a huge effort here, perhaps headwinds for Democrats.
We've got a winner in Pennsylvania. Josh Shapiro, the Attorney General, is the projected winner over Doug Mastriano. Let's go to Chuck on this one. Doug Mastriano, a very controversial candidate.
Yeah.
And Josh Shapiro has been able to open up this lead that we have not seen when it comes to the Fetterman-Oz race.
We have, and I'm going to get there in 2 seconds. I just want to show you with all counted with Spanberger, it's important. She's at the Biden number. And it just tells you there's always been, are we looking at a rerun of 2020? I look at Georgia, I look at Pennsylvania, I look at Spanberger here, and I'm like, oh my God, this is a rerun of 2020. We are literally in the same position that we've been in here. But let me take you to Pennsylvania. There's a reason why we likely called the governor's race, because of how strong Fetterman is in some of these places. This is Scranton. You've heard of Scranton Joe, right? Joe Biden's home county, Lackawanna. Look at this spread here, 15 points for Fetterman over Oz. Just so you know, Fetterman's doing better in Joe Biden's home county than Joe Biden did in Joe Biden's home county. So this is why Democrats are feeling a lot better about their chances here at holding the Senate, because Pennsylvania, the turnout here looks for them about as good as they could have hoped for.
And we saw a lot of presidents in that part of the country.
There's quite a few.
Days.
Yeah, exactly. I think the only living presidents that didn't get there were Bill Clinton and Jimmy Carter. But everybody else. And I'll tell you, there's going to be a lot, again, to bring up Trump. A lot of people wondered, boy, Dr. Oz had done a good job for about a month sort of distancing himself from the right wing of the Republican Party. And they thought he was making progress in the Philly suburbs. And then he did a rally with Trump and Mastriano in the final weekend of the campaign.
Can we talk about actually that very issue, which is the choice of Mastriano in the Republican primary and the effect that that had?
I was out there covering those races, and Mastriano was Trump's choice and beat a very solid Republican primary opponent.
Are you self-employed? When I started my
a month for this, and then the anti-Semitism just spread throughout the state. And that really, and Shapiro is an observant Jewish person, and he criticized Shapiro for sending his children to religious school, religious day school. So this was really, this state is where the governor controls the Electoral College and all of that count, and it's a Republican legislature and abortion. Abortion was a then the Democratic governor, who was term limited, has been vetoing all of these abortion bans coming out of the Republican legislature.
Hallie, you picked up on something, that some of these races we're talking about have really become nationalized. And part of the discussion.
Oh, yeah. Which I think is fascinating, too. And just to the point Andrew's making, it's really, I'm really glad that you brought up the anti-Semitic piece of this. There's also crime. Savannah, this is an issue that I know you have some interest in and we talked about earlier. The governor-to-be, if the projection holds, really, from what Democrats talked about, was seen as doing a really good job talking about the crime issue, right, from a perspective on an issue where Democrats had been on defense. As for that Senate race, I was talking with a voter, I'm going to say in Arizona, and you're going to say, well, wait a second, why are you talking about Arizona when we're talking about Pennsylvania? Because this was a Republican in Arizona on the phone with them, and I said, talked about who he's voting for. I said, why are you voting for the Republican ticket? And part of his reason was, well, look at who Democrats are putting up for Senate in Pennsylvania. It tells you how nationalized, I think, and how much attention there is on that Pennsylvania Senate race, which is going to be so important as we talk about the balance of power in that chamber.
And 50% of the exit poll said that Dr. Oz doesn't live in Pennsylvania, just moved into Pennsylvania from New Jersey. 47% said that Fetterman was not healthy enough to serve. Well, so there was that split there.
I know someone who's really drilled down on all this. Dasha Burns is at Fetterman headquarters in Pittsburgh. Dasha, what are you hearing? What are you picking up on there?
Well, as I've been talking to the Fetterman campaign tonight, Lester, I'm hearing them talk about what Chuck was just referencing that's giving them some hope tonight. They're seeing in some of those counties that have a good number of their votes in that Fetterman is outperforming Biden, places like Lackawanna County. Look, we've been following this candidate since early this year, and from the beginning, this is a candidate who has been trying to win over some of those voters that Democrats lost, those voters in the Rust Belt, the working class folks, union folks, people in rural counties. He's tried to bring that outsider brand to the campaign trail, and they're seeing some encouraging signs that might be working tonight. Other encouraging factor for them is the race you all just called, the governor's race. Josh Shapiro being so far ahead of Mastriano. There's been hope for the Democratic Party here that Shapiro could potentially help pull Fetterman over the finish line, though both campaigns, Fetterman and Oz, acknowledging that this is going to be a very tight race, that we are going to be waiting for quite some time for these results. And some complicating factors here, guys. We've been talking all night about the patience that we'll need to have in Pennsylvania because of the election rules here. But we've also been watching a story out of Luzerne County in northeastern Pennsylvania, where we've actually spent quite a lot of time because of our Meet the Press County to County project. And I got calls from voters there earlier this morning that polling places were out of paper. Pretty shocking on election day. We've been talking with election officials there. They say about 1 in 5 polling places ran out of print paper ballots, which meant voters couldn't cast their ballots. Those ballots couldn't be printed, couldn't be scanned. They solved the problem after a few hours. They've extended voting hours there, so polls closed there a little bit later. They closed at 10 p.m. It's one county, but in a race that is likely to be very, very tight here, it could really matter. And certainly, as I've been talking to officials, they worry that that's going to sort of stoke some of those fears around election integrity, stoke some of those concerns and the mistrust that folks might have in the system. Nothing nefarious happening here, just an election day hiccup, guys.
All right, Dasha, thank you. Dasha's taken up residence in Pennsylvania these last few weeks. Rahima Ellis is in Philadelphia at a vote counting location. Hi, Rahima.
Hi there. I want to tell you that this place behind me, that is where the work is going on right now. I want to take you inside so you can see what it looks like. It's actually a very cavernous place, and people are spread out. They are literally taking these ballots out of the envelopes, absentee as well as mail-in ballots. They're smoothing them out, and then they are scanning them. What I can tell you right now, or what we're hearing about some numbers are being counted, it is about 160,000 in-person votes that they have counted. And in this processing center, where it is mail-in and absentee ballots, we understand about 65,000 have been counted. So you add those two numbers, it comes up to about 225,000. We're being told that's about 20% of the votes counted. And what we're also hearing is that officials are saying it looks like this count on the mail-in and absentee ballots is going a little faster than it did in 2020. But there might be a slowdown because you know that election officials have been looking very carefully at those mail-in ballots. They want to make certain that there is no fraud. They also want to defer any potential questions that might be raised about double voting. In addition, you know that the Democrat for Senate, John Fetterman, joined a lawsuit that was coming out of here and filed with the federal government. He joined with other Democrats to say they want to make certain that any invalid dates on the envelopes of mail-in ballots would not disqualify those ballots, because mail-in ballots are very important to everybody. They're particularly important to the Democrats, because one of the things that they're hearing is that of 1.4 million mail-in ballots that were requested in this area, 70% of those came from Democrats. So it's very important to them that they get this count in here right. Guys, back to you.
All right, Rahima Ellis at a vote counting location in Philadelphia. Let's do some results we can call Missouri's Senate race. Eric Schmidt prevails in that race. That was a hotly contested primary. He cruises to victory in Missouri. Let's go to Iowa. Chuck Grassley, 89 years old, wins an 8th term in the United States Senate. For a moment, this looked competitive, but Grassley pulls it out.
Here's what the Senate looks like right now at this hour. Republicans with a 2-seat majority right now. Again, this is where we are at this moment, 16 undecided. And let's look at some governor's races now. The Kansas governor race, too close to call. The New Mexico race, let's see, that one goes to the incumbent, Michelle Lujan Grisham will hang on in New Mexico.
The meteorologist challenger, Mark Ronchetti, does not prevail there. And as mentioned, the Senate race in Georgia, it is down to the wire. I guess Al Roker might be mad that I mentioned the meteorologist, but we always find it interesting. We have a lot of former newscasters and TV anchors and as candidates around the country. Let us go to Ellison Barber. She's at Walker headquarters in Atlanta. Hey, Ellison, what are you hearing?
Hey, Savannah and Lester, we just heard from Republican Herschel Walker coming out telling the crowd of supporters here that this is going to be a long night. He said, we knew this is going to be a tough fight, but he says that they are in it for the long haul, and he, as well as his campaign, are feeling incredibly confident right now. I just spoke to his campaign manager, and they say that they feel like at this point, even though the numbers are so close, the projections are that this race is too close to call, that they can eke out an outright win tonight. They said that they're looking at numbers on their end, and they feel very confident right now. You can take this with a grain of salt, because this is obviously from Herschel Walker's campaign, but here's the argument that they're making to me right now. They say, look, we typically don't have the votes in this early for some of those big Atlanta area counties, Democratic strongholds, places like DeKalb County, Fulton. They say those are in right now. What they're looking at and waiting for are some of the northern Atlanta suburban counties, big counties like Forsyth County, where they believe they can really raise the margins and get more numbers on their sides. You look at North Georgia, a Republican stronghold, right? I was looking at 2 counties, Chattooga County, Georgia, a place that I have spent a lot of time in, as well as Rabun County, Georgia, another place I have spent a lot of time in. And when you look at those numbers right now and you compare what we're seeing at this point in this Senate race to how things were when it was 2020 and President Trump was on the ballot, and Herschel Walker in those 2 counties is about 2 to 3% behind what Trump was in 2020, and Warnock is overperforming compared to Biden. I asked the campaign about that. I said, are you not worried a little bit that maybe Herschel Walker is underperforming just a little bit in some of these Republican strongholds? They said no. They think there are still votes to come in from the northern rural counties in this state, and that they will be able to bump the margins up further. They also say that they are looking at those bigger suburban counties that tend to lean red, again, like Forsyth County, and they feel like the numbers as they come in more, that they're going to be on their side. You know, this is pretty early to hear from a candidate given how tight this race is, but Herschel Walker came out to big cheers telling people, I am in it to win this and I'm not leaving. And they seem very confident at Walker headquarters, Savannah and Lester, that they think they might pull this off.
It's proven to be quite a volatile race right now. Continue to watch that. that margin of votes.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go over to Chuck. What are you watching?
Look, I think it's safe to say we're not going to have a wave. Okay? I mean, wave elections would have meant Republicans win New Mexico governor and Republicans pull these off. So we know we're not going to have a wave. Now it's going to be a race-by-race fight to see who controls the House of Representatives. We did this path to the majority. If Democrats were somehow going to stay in the game, we said they had to run the table. Well, they haven't won anything yet, but they're leading in all of these basically tipping point states. They're leading in that Omaha district, Nebraska 2. North Carolina 13, they've been hanging in there. This is a brand new seat. Virginia 2 is the one of these that they haven't. And again, we think all the remaining vote is there. Nevada and California, we don't have any numbers yet. Pennsylvania 8, Matt Cartwright looks like he's hanging in there just fine. Take it to Minnesota 2, Angie Craig. We're going to wait a long time here, but again, she's winning. Colorado 8 is a new seat, and I'm going to do this one for you, Savannah. You pointed out something else. Look what's going on in Grand Junction in that 3rd congressional district. Lauren Boebert is down. There's still plenty of vote out there, but look at that, with 71% reporting. This is not a Democratic district. This is a Trump plus 8 district here. So this would be among the bigger upsets of the night for the Democrats if they pull this off. But this should show you all the evidence is pointing that we are living in a polarized environment. And this election so far, I think somebody was pointing it out, the blues are doing well in the blues and the reds are doing well in the red areas.
Polarization, I think, is the fancy word for that, and there's no question we're seeing a lot of that tonight. Andrea.
One quick thing that we haven't talked about is redistricting, and a lot of these incumbent Democrats, like Spanberger, was running in a new district. You've got Katie Porter in California, others, who they say have been in trouble, or at least in early polling were in trouble. We don't know anything about the California returns yet, of course. But here you had Spanberger, Sean Patrick Maloney, the head of the DCCC, sort of chose the district that he wanted to run in because he was redistricted and was going to have to compete against a fellow Democrat. So a lot of these Democrats who've been so vulnerable and have really had to fight, as you saw at Spanberger, really had all new voters to campaign again.
Yeah, it's an interesting question. Every 10 years, as we know from our civics classes, they redraw the congressional districts. There's my favorite political term, gerrymandering, where parties try to draw the districts in the most favorable way. And when you look at it, Hallie, between the Republicans and the Democrats, can you say that one party or the other did better in the every decade redistricting?
It feels like this time Republicans did better, right?
Because they have more Republican legislatures who do it.
That's right. It's the state house races, right? We talk about, listen, yes, politics is national, but all politics still is local, right? And so these state house races matter for this very reason, and that's why these statewide races matters. Republicans, and Chuck well knows this, had the advantage going into tonight because of the redistricting and because of, the gerrymandering that had happened here. And so that is why it is so interesting. And Lester, you said it, the drama of the evening, like that is part of the reason why it does feel dramatic at the moment.
Guess who will get credit if the Republicans only get the House by about 5 to 10 seats? Ron DeSantis. He jammed through a new House map. It gave them 4 House seats that they didn't think they were going to have. Ron DeSantis might be the hero of the night for the Republicans, while Donald Trump might be the guy that suddenly spurred Democratic turnout.
Can I just say one more thing?
Put those little 2 things together tonight.
Just context-wise here, because one of our guests, Brendan Buck, said this. Sure, Republicans don't need to win by a whole bunch, but it sure makes governing easier for a potential House Speaker Kevin McCarthy if the margin is more than 15 or so, because there are people in his caucus who could make life difficult for him. That's why this matters, right? What the margin is for Republicans.
Does the Lauren Boebert loss, if that happens, actually help a McCarthy? That's something I'm just curious about. If he gets because that's always been the fear. He gets it only with a few votes, and then he's basically held hostage by the farthest right member.
They may not have a governing majority, but just winning, they take over those committees. You have Jim Jordan in charge of Judiciary. You have all of those impeachment threats. And, of course, the end of the January 6th investigation.
Well, we're going to have to get to the end of the book to see how it all unfolds. We're not there yet. We've got a lot of election to cover here. We're back with much more of our coverage, including reaction to the night's events from South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham. He'll be our guest coming up right after this.
news is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back to our election night coverage here on NBC. We've got some more results we can share with you. The New Hampshire Senate race. We can tell you that Maggie Hassan, the Democrat, will hang on to defeat General Don Bolduc.
And let's go to Connecticut. Richard Blumenthal gets another term in the United States Senate. And let's see where we are at this hour with the Senate breakdown, 43 seats to 43 seats. If you wanted a tight election, well, your wishes came true. We want to welcome in Republican senior senator from South Carolina, Lindsey Graham. Hi, Senator. Nice to see you.
Thank you.
Well, we just
I
called
didn't want a tight election.
You didn't. Well, you're getting one. And I mean, let's talk about.
Listen. Go ahead.
No, well, I was just going to say, let's talk about New Hampshire, because here's one where Republicans were feeling kind of good recently.
Sure.
But you do have General Bolduc, who it was controversial, election denier from that wing of the party. Well, how are you reading these tea leaves?
If you run that far behind your governor candidate, you probably made a mistake. So, you know, General Bolduc served his country well, but, you know, Sununu won big. Bolduc, you know, wouldn't talk about what we should have done, I guess, but definitely not a Republican wave, that's for darn sure. I was in charge of Guam, so I want to take credit for that.
Congratulations.
You know, we won Guam, which I thought was big. Yeah, 1993 is the last time we were in Guam. I think, you know, I think we're going to be at 51, 52 when it's all said and done in the Senate.
Well, let's talk about the Donald Trump effect. There have been a couple of conversations around this table as it's become apparent there's not going to be a wave here. And the question of whether his appearances along the way have actually hurt Republicans. Do you give that any credence?
You know, not really. I think it was a referendum on Biden. You know, if we take back the House and we get the Senate majority, that's a very good night. A wave would have been like New Hampshire and Colorado. So, you know, you got hats off to the Democrats. They performed well in a lot of these swing districts. You know, a couple of days from now, we'll know better. But at the end of the day, guys, if we take the House and the Senate, we're going to have to sit down as a country and figure out what to do with it. Some unsolicited advice to President Biden. If we do take the House and we do take the Senate, let's all go to the border and see if we can find a way to fix it. I've got a bill with Elizabeth Warren, believe it or not, to regulate social media. And maybe we could do something in energy, in the energy space. So if it's a divided government, maybe something good can come of it.
I want to just mention that we have a result in the Ohio Senate race. J.D. Vance just won, Republican, beating Tim Ryan, the Democratic congressman. So we've got a result there. Let's keep talking, Senator Graham, while we have these moments together. You know, there's the Trump wing of the party. There's the DeSantis vein of the party. DeSantis having a very good night. We don't know yet how it will characterize Trump's night. Let me tell you what President Trump said today to an interview about Ron DeSantis. He said it would be a mistake if DeSantis won, and he said ran for president. And he said, and if he did, Trump said he would say things about him that won't be flattering, and said, I know more about him than anybody. How does this sit with you?
Take it for what it's worth. Here's what I think. President Trump, if he announces next week, which I think he's likely to do, will have about 6 months to himself. Ron DeSantis can't announce for president on Valentine's Day. You know, he's got to be governor for a while. So President Trump has a chance to get a wall of money, a mountain of support, and close this thing out. And if he fails to do that, I think a lot of people will run. But he'll have his shot 4 or 5 months where it's pretty much his field by himself.
Would you
we'll see how he does.
Would you expect President Biden to throw his hat in early if Donald Trump goes?
You know, I don't know. It depends on what happens tonight. If Biden doesn't run, who do you replace him with? You know, President Trump has bags. He has assets. I don't know how you replace President Biden if he... You know, that's their problem, not ours. We've got plenty of problems. But I think tonight's going to be a very good night for Republicans if we take the House by a governing majority. Y'all made a good point. I said 25 House seats and 52 Senate seats. I think we're going to be short of 25 and maybe at 51. So it's not a wave for sure, but I think it'll be a very good night.
All right, Senator Graham, thanks for being with us.
Thank you very much. We're back with more coverage of election night right after this.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Well, I think we said it before we started as a divided nation, and where are we right now? It looks like a divided nation still.
And we promised a long night, and we are delivering on that promise. Our coverage continues. Top of the hour.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good evening from NBC News election headquarters. Tonight, all eyes on which party will control Congress.
Democrats clinging to razor-thin margins in both chambers going into this night, with the entire House and dozens of Senate seats on the ballot, and many Americans unhappy with the state of the economy. Republicans may be poised to regain power tonight. Election night 2022. Millions of votes have been cast. Now the counting begins. Amid the big question, who will control Congress?
Already tonight, celebration.
Freedom is here to stay.
And sorrow. This is obviously not the result we were hoping for.
The fate of the House and the Senate still unknown at this hour, with some hotly contested races up in the air. Democrats trying to cling to a razor-thin margin of control.
Democracy is on the ballot this year.
Republicans on offense, aiming to seize the upper hand once again, with the influence of the former president looming large.
President Trump taught us how to fight, and I took a few notes.
What that means for the direction of the country.
High drama and high stakes from coast to coast tonight in an election unlike any other, as America decides who will tip the balance of power.
From NBC News, Decision 2022, The Balance of Power. Here now are Lester Holt and Savannah Guthrie.
Hello, everyone. It's 11 p.m. on the East Coast, 8 p.m. in the West. Polls have just closed in California, Oregon, Washington State, Idaho, and North Dakota. I'm Lester Holt here with Savannah Guthrie, Chuck Todd, Andrea Mitchell, and Hallie Jackson, and it has already been an exciting night.
We've got the entire NBC News team together tonight to bring you the latest results, what they will mean for you on a historic night. All 435 House seats, 35 Senate seats, and 36 governor's mansions or residences are up for grabs tonight.
The Republicans only need to gain 5 seats in the House to retake control. They also only need a net gain of 1 seat in the Senate to retake control there. The fate of that chamber still up in the air tonight, with an expected red wave not showing up tonight. Let's get right to some of the results, Savannah.
All right, let's start out west. California's got a Senate race, and Alex Padilla will win. He is the projected winner in that race. Let's go to Idaho. Mike Crapo gets another term in the United States Senate. There's a race in Oregon as well. Ron Wyden trying to hold on to his Senate seat. It is too early to call that race.
Let's take a look at that Senate race in Washington State. Patty Murray, the incumbent, against Tiffany Smiley. That race is too early to call in Washington. Ohio, J.D. Vance, projected winner over Tim Ryan in the state of Ohio. And Maggie Hassan will hang on to win in New Hampshire in that Senate race against General Donald Bullock.
It's going to be going down to the wire in Georgia again. That Senate race too close to call there. In North Carolina, something of a surprise. That race too close to call at this hour. And in Pennsylvania, the Senate race is too early to call.
Arizona Senate too close to call. Let's see, Wisconsin Senate, that remains too close to call as well. And we look at the Nevada Senate race as we move past to Nevada, too early to call.
So let's see how it's shaking down in the Senate at this hour, how the numbers add up. Democrats have 44 seats. Republicans have 45 seats. We've also got state house races hotly contested. And we have a projection in Georgia. Brian Kemp will defeat Stacey Abrams. That rematch is over. The incumbent goes back to office. In California, Governor Gavin Newsom, who survived a recall attempt, also goes back to the state house.
And we have a projection in the Idaho governor's race. NBC News projects Brad Little, the incumbent, will be reelected. In Pennsylvania, the governor's race there, Josh Shapiro, the Democrat, defeats Doug Mastriano. And the Oregon governor's race is too early right now.
Arizona's governor's race too early to call, polls closing just about an hour ago there. In Nevada, tough race there for the incumbent Steve Sisolak. Too early to call what's going to happen there with the former Clark County Sheriff Joe Lombardo. And in Michigan, it's too early to call. Gretchen Whitmer, the incumbent, trying to hang on against Tudor Dixon.
The Wisconsin governor's race also too close to call at this hour.
All right, let's go to Chuck. What do you got your eye on?
Well, I just want to do a quick big picture here. The fact of the matter is neither political parties really won a road game. My favorite ex-coach, Pat Riley, used to say a 7-game series in the NBA playoffs doesn't get started until the road team gets a win. Road team hadn't won anything yet. Reds have stayed red, Blues have stayed blue, whether in governor's races for the most part or Senate races. And look at this. I mean, this is 2020 in review. I just want to take you to 2 states here. You know, we're sitting here on a knife's edge in Georgia. If that's a familiar thing from 2020, let me take you to Wisconsin. In this Senate race, this has been going back and forth, just 16,000 votes. So the point is, in America's most polarized state in the union, it's acting the same way it is. And one more important point here on a Senate race we've all been following. I know everything in Arizona is too early, but I want you to do what we've been doing, which is take a look at the Blake Masters number right now, and then let me show you the Kari Lake number right now. Blake Masters is underperforming Lake here, and it looks like it's going to this third-party candidate. The point is this. That's, you know, he can't afford, I mean, Kelly is overperforming Katie Hobbs by about a percentage point, and Masters is underperforming Kari Lake by about 3 percentage points here. Anyway, not a good sign if you're Blake Masters.
Well, by the way, Mark Victor, that third-party candidate, dropped out of the race, but his name's still on the ballot.
Still on the ballot, and he's doing better than our libertarian in Georgia, who is likely going to force a runoff.
Okay, so Hallie, what say you?
So if you're looking at themes tonight, there's a couple of things that I'm super interested in, because as Chuck has noted, we are doing a bit of a rematch of 2020. We've talked about, as we talk about big picture themes, we've talked about the Donald Trump factor, which you addressed with, I think, Senator Lindsey Graham. We'll see how that goes. I think you're looking at abortion access, too, right? Because this has been something that Democrats have focused on heavily. They've wanted to see some enthusiasm around. And I will tell you what, I think we should be looking at youth vote a little bit as well, because right now, we are seeing numbers that are very similar to what we saw in 2018 when it was record-breaking youth turnout. They largely break for Democrats here. You know, I have a question here on how much that is helping to drive some of the, as Chuck knows, the college town turnout, et cetera, how much that is helping to drive Democrats to overperform in some of these spots that we've been talking about.
And I think suburban women and the suburbs around Pittsburgh and Philadelphia may prove to be really important. Obviously, we're going to wait for Philadelphia to come out. We have to see what happens in Allegheny County and the big cities. But suburban women and the abortion issue. I think abortion
Election day voters are Democrats. Election day voting Democrats. That was something a lot of people didn't see coming. And that's why we keep coming back to what happened in the final week of this campaign. Look, we picked it up in our NBC News poll. All of a sudden, we had Democrats up, and our likely voter model had Democrats up. And we even had one question. More voters said they feared Republicans would make the wrong type of change versus Democrats holding the House and not making enough change. There were a little bit of tea leaves. Our poll had a little bit of everything we could in it, but that was something. If independents didn't break for Republicans, that suddenly you were looking at a really close election. And independents clearly have not broken in a big way for the GOP across the board. In fact, in North Carolina, it looks like one of the reasons Beasley's hanging in there is she's doing pretty well with independents.
President Biden did not go to a lot of the battlegrounds down the stretch. Is there any evidence that embracing him was helpful?
No, it doesn't look like either thing has mattered. We are in our polarized environment. I mean, one of the things that we discussed this internally, how powerful is polarization? Is it a wave preventer? And I think we're seeing tonight, I mean, everything's dug in. And look, here's the downside of polarization. And this I discovered in Wisconsin, like, why is Wisconsin so polarized all the time? Neither party ever loses by enough to look in the mirror and say, oh, maybe I ought to change things. And tonight, it looks like we're headed to something where neither party's going to sit there and say, oh,
time for a reckoning.
Yeah,
right.
Because there's just too many factions that refuse to have a reckoning.
And it could turn out that in Georgia, when you see this closer race, that Herschel Walker, and I'm not even talking about the scandals, but clearly unqualified on issues, unable to even discuss issues that really matter to voters and proposals. But it was more important to whoever voted for him in the Republican camp to vote for Republican because of the possibility of taking over the Senate. That's where polarization really shows.
I also want to make one more Trump point. Trump's candidate in Arizona, Blake Masters, underperforming. Oz, Trump's back candidate, underperforming. Walker, underperforming Kemp in Georgia. Bolduc, underperforming Sununu in New Hampshire. Do you sense a pattern here? Right? I mean, you know, in the fight between Mitch McConnell and Trump, you know, Mitch McConnell is the one that was trying to get different types of candidates, and, you know, we'll see what happens here. The only candidate they actually really agreed on was Adam Laxalt in Nevada.
And yet you have tonight, just in the last couple of hours here, the former president coming out and telling reporters at his campaign event at Mar-a-Lago that is happening tonight that he doesn't think that Mitch McConnell should be the person who leads the caucus in the Senate.
This is turning into a disastrous night for Donald Trump and an amazing night for Ron DeSantis, because if the only way now Republicans grab the House is thanks to Ron DeSantis' new map that he jammed in even after Republicans said, no, that's going to be thrown out in court, and he did it anyway, and those 4 seats may be huge.
talking a lot of this political terminology, the wave, not a wave. Remember, to gain control of the Senate, Republicans need only 1 seat. They need only 5 seats in the House. The wave refers to how big are the margins, and that is, of course, what we're all waiting.
Governing numbers
whether there's a governing majority and whether either party can get anything done. So
a lot of money being spent for status quo, Savannah.
Okay, Jake Ward is at a polling location in Orange County, California tonight. Polls just closed there. Hi, Jake. What are you seeing?
Savannah, it's really fun to be here. Applause just burst out among people here as it was announced that the polls were closed. And what's so amazing in an era when we are seeing so much misinformation and intentional disinformation from the likes of President Trump and others about the possibility of there being some sort of interference going on or ballot harvesting, you hear all that rhetoric. But then we went inside this facility, which is both a place where people can vote and where the ballots get counted. And we are seeing the mechanism at work. And it is really a bulletproof mechanism. Not only do you have all of this high security machinery that does the extracting and the sorting, the rest of it. You have a GPS enabled system in which the drop boxes are constantly monitored as to their location, and they never travel the same route twice, so nobody could even possibly get out in front of them and interfere in some way. Not only do you have all of that sort of bulletproof mechanism at work, you also have this radical transparency. The whole place is covered in signs like these museum quality signs that try to explain to people exactly how the process works. And that's because here in California, if you are a voter, you have the right to say, I want to be an observer. You can come in and be part of this whole process. Watch it as much as you like. And so for us, seeing the redundancies of it all built on one another and the radical transparency of this system is really a testament to just how fair and open elections have been, at least here in California, you guys.
All right, thank you, Jake. And we have a result to report in New York's governor's race. We got a call. Kathy Hochul will get her first full term. She, of course, replaced Andrew Cuomo, who stepped down in scandal. The incumbent there will get to serve out a first full term in a race that tightened up in those later
Lee
days.
Zeldin really pushing crime, showing up at subway stops where there have been instances of violence, and was running on that with a very heavy ad campaign.
Absolutely. We want to welcome in Jose Diaz-Balart, an anchor for Telemundo, MSNBC, in the Saturday edition of NBC Nightly News. Lester hands that torch every Saturday over to Jose. The Latino vote has been so interesting. We obviously have the results in from Florida, but, you know, Democrats cannot take the Latino vote for granted.
It's interesting. You know, I'm convinced that there is no Latino vote. There are just Latino voters, and they vote differently depending on their sensitivity, their life experience, even where their parents and grandparents are from. But I've been talking to, you know, Chuck Todd. I think the story, there's 34.5 million Latino eligible to vote in this election. 15% of the electorate is Latino. That's a massive amount of people. And I think that where it's been, and it's an outlier, no doubt, is Florida. The impact of Latino voters in Florida, DeSantis winning majority, the Cuban vote, majority of the Puerto Rican vote in that I-4 corridor, 55% of the Puerto Rican vote, 50% of all of the other Latino voters in the state of Florida. Miami-Dade.
He's going to outpoll Marco Rubio in his
in Miami-Dade.
Yeah.
In Miami-Dade. Well, Marco Rubio didn't win his county,
right.
You know, the last time he ran. But I think that it's important to recognize the strength of the Latino vote throughout our country. And, you know, we know, Nevada, we know California. First Latino senator for the state of California, now reelected. It's interesting. There really isn't a Latino vote.
But is Florida now a solid red state?
Seems to me like it's a solid...
No longer a swing state.
It's a solid Republican state for now, but it's more a DeSantis state.
Yeah, I agree with you on that, on DeSantis. You know, Jose, I had a Democratic consultant say to me, I'm tired. We got to stop putting Latinos in a box and trying to, like, treat them as African Americans, that there's one issue that will somehow unite, that Latino voters are just what Jose said. Stop trying to single them out. Instead, whatever you're pitching swing voters, pitch that to Latino voters, that demographics, and just like the same thing, how we carve up the white vote, in those different buckets, that's how you would. The Latino vote is no different.
But don't ignore them. I mean, a recent Naleo poll shows that 44% of Latinos didn't get any outreach or information from either political party. 44%.
And they've been certainly turning more Republican. But it's also, I've seen voters interviewed who are Latino voters in Texas and other places who are praising the busing of migrants. They're as concerned about the immigration crisis as anyone else is, but often because they feel that the pressure of this kind of immigration is not something that they can live with either.
The humanitarian crisis at the border strikes so deep,
everyone.
and it affects so many people in so many different ways that every single person feels it very differently. There's a lot of there, but for the grace of God go I. With the humanitarian
I want to bring
crisis.
Tom Yamas into the conversation because he's been looking at exit polls on this very issue. Tom, what are you seeing?
Well, we were talking about Governor Ron DeSantis in Florida, and this is it's an interesting stat to look at. This is the exit poll coming out of Florida, specifically on Latino voters. Jose was just talking about this. So we compared 2018 to 2022. So with Cuban-American voters, 67, 68, pretty much stays the same. But look at what Governor Ron DeSantis does tonight. With Puerto Rican voters, he grows from 34% to 55%. With other Latino voters, we're talking about Colombian Americans, Venezuelan Americans, 34% to 50%. Democrats would love these kind of numbers anywhere, specifically Florida. If Democrats want to learn why they're losing voters to the GOP, they should study the state of Florida. Yes, every group is different. It's not monolithic. But Florida Republicans are doing something right. They're setting up a lot of different locations where they're meeting Hispanic voters where they are. They're on the air in English. They're on the air in Spanish. And any assumptions the Democratic Party has about Latino voters, whether it be about immigration or abortion, they have to sort of get back to the drawing board because they're losing these important voters to their party. And it's not just Florida. It's places like Arizona and Texas as well. Guys, back to you.
All right, Tom, let's put a pin on this conversation for the moment because we do have a couple of results to report. We're going to start in North Carolina or in the Virginia House. Let's throw it up there and see. Okay, Ted Budd is the projected winner over Sherry Beasley in the United States Senate. So that is a hold for Republicans. Let's go to this closely watched House race. The Virginia 2nd District, Elaine Laurier, member of the January 6th committee, goes down to defeat Jen Kiggins, the former nurse practitioner and Navy pilot, will prevail there in a district, Chuck, that was redistricted, redrawn, and to favor the Republicans a bit more, and Elaine Luria certainly learned that tonight.
And look, Virginia 2 usually goes with the party that's in the majority. So we're not saying, I don't want to sit here and say we're calling the majority, but that Virginia Beach seat is as swingy and always has been very swingy. North Carolina, look, I was showing you, I was skeptical that Beasley had a path, and obviously she did some overperforming, but I go back to these rural counties here. These are majority African-American rural counties where she couldn't carry it, right? And Biden did. And it's really in these rural areas that she underperformed because Bud was gettable. The real question is going to be whether Democrats put enough energy and time in the state of North Carolina because there is some evidence here that this was potentially a winnable race, but they never treated it as a top-tier target. And again, her deficit here is more in the rural areas, particularly places along the South Carolina border where there are essentially dormant voters. These are voters that, you know, we've been using them in our, talking with them in our county to county. They were saying that, you know, the parties didn't reach out to them, particularly the rural African-American vote. And this is going to be something I think that they're going to end up regretting. Let me talk about the House. We told you Virginia was sort of small, medium, and large when it came to our wave watches, if you will. Let me get it out here, our early looks. And as you could see, Republicans got one, but Democrats held the other two, which is why this is no wave night. It's a race-by-race fight that our model at some point may catch up to, if you will. Let's see what Democratic turnout looks like in California without a big statewide draw on that front. But if Virginia went as well as it did for Democrats, perhaps California will be better than expected for Democrats as well in these House races.
All right, Chuck, thanks very much. We've got some more races to cover here. Let's look at the Oregon Senate race, where we are on that one. And Ron Wyden, the incumbent, will go on to defeat Jo Ray Perkins for the Oregon Senate seat. Here's where the Senate stands at this hour, 46-45 in Republicans' favor, 9 undecided seats.
Well, let's go to Oregon's governor's race. This is a fascinating one. It's actually a three-way race. It's too close to call right now, but Oregon has not had a Republican governor in about 40 years. So it would be an earthquake if the Republican Christine Drazan could somehow put together a victory there. Too early to call. We'll keep an eye on that
This
one.
night still has plenty of surprises to deliver. I think we're going to take a break now. We'll be back in a moment with more of NBC's election night coverage.
Ask your healthcare professional if Supemtech is right for you. As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive. We continue to look at results and some projections. Let's look at the Pennsylvania Senate race. That remains too early, but we can tell you John Fetterman is leading in that race against Mehmet Oz. But again, our characterization too early to call. The Washington Senate race, Democrats were holding their breath on this one, but Patty Murray, the incumbent, is the projected winner against Tiffany Smiley in the state of Washington. Hallie, you were talking about that one.
I think
Democrats were nervous.
I heard a lot about Washington State from Democrats in the last 4 days, and I think we talked about it on the Today Show, Savannah. I said, if Democrats are talking about Washington State, boy, what kind of night are we in for? So I do think sigh of relief characterizes
Quick
that.
another development strategically. Republicans tried to do big. They were trying to will a wave to happen. They threw the House committee, threw money at all these reach seats, the Senate committee telling us about Washington, Colorado, throwing money at it. The Democrats were criticized for not doing that. They didn't help Ryan.
Right.
They didn't help Demings.
Right.
They kind of helped Beasley.
They played defense.
They played more defense and shored up.
Way too late on Beasley.
No, the point is that the Democrats are feeling Like, hey, when you're on defense, you make sure you focus on what you need to do. Republicans threw maybe too much spaghetti at the wall.
Well, we'll be reading the tea leaves tomorrow and for hereafter, who knows. But let's go to Wes Moore, who won his race tonight, the new governor of Maryland. Hello, Governor-elect Moore. Well, you did it. How are you feeling tonight?
Hello. We're feeling great. We're feeling great because we think Maryland sent a resounding message. Because if you look at how, not just we're thankful for the fact that we won, but it's how we won. You know, winning areas and jurisdictions around the state from the Eastern Shore to Western Maryland, urban, rural, and suburban areas, we performed. And I think we performed because we competed everywhere. And that was a big thing that we wanted to push, was that this was Maryland's time to be bold. This is Maryland's time to lead. And I think we're thankful that the people of Maryland have now given us the confidence and the mandate to go do exactly that.
And Governor, like you're following, obviously, all these results we have so far. There is no red wave, as many had projected. How do you see what we're looking at right now? How do you characterize it?
Well, I mean, I think, you know, I look at what's happening, for example, you know, here in Maryland. You know, and the thing that we're continuing to see here was that the issues that people continue to tell us were the most important issues that they cared about were the things that they were voting on. That they said, you know, we want to make sure we have 21st, I'm sorry.
And I'm Tom Costello in Washington. Our coverage continues right now. Special coverage of Decision 2020. Here's a look at where the Senate stands right now, the races that will determine the Senate. The future hanging in the balance. Republicans coming into the night needing a net gain of just a single seat to regain control. And look at this. The Republican J.D. Vance is the projected winner in Ohio. He's holding on to that open Republican seat that's being vacated by Rob Portman. At one point, Democrats had high hopes for Tim Ryan, but he fell short. Democrats really didn't offer a lot of money to Tim Ryan. In addition, in New Hampshire, Democrat Senator Maggie Hassan is projected to hang on to her seat. And one of the most high-profile races in Georgia, it's between Republican Herschel Walker and incumbent Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock. Still too close to call, and that one may well go to a runoff. Look at that, 49.2, 48.8, 88% of the vote in. Let's bring in Ellison Barber, who's been keeping a close eye on all of this for us. She's at Herschel Walker's headquarters in Atlanta. Ellison, you've reported that they're pretty optimistic there, but Georgia voters could be headed for yet another runoff.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly going to be a very long night. As the polls were starting to close, we spoke to sources with both Warnock and Walker's campaign, and both of the campaigns were saying they felt confident heading into tonight. Both of them saying at the beginning of this that they thought maybe they could eke out a win and avoid a runoff. Obviously, the big question in this race for weeks has been not necessarily who is going to win on election night, but will we even know who has won on election night? The campaigns like us, they are watching these polls closely. We have not heard directly from incumbent Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock at this point in the evening, but we did just hear from Herschel Walker. He came out, his team very confident. He was very confident telling supporters here, we're in a fight, aren't we? But I did not come here to lose. There's a lot of confidence from Walker's campaign headquarters tonight. Tom?
Well, he is a former football player. Listen, if we are headed for a runoff, how are the Libertarian voters expected to vote? I'm guessing they could vote for Walker.
Right. I mean, that's a number that we've been watching throughout this, because that group of people who either split their ticket and voted for Warnock after voting for Governor Kemp or voted for the Libertarian candidate, they could make a big difference here. Look, you look at the numbers right now, and there's a little over 15,000 votes separating Warnock and Walker. But the most important number to remember tonight is 50%, because in Georgia, a candidate cannot just win on election night. They have to win with a majority of the vote. And if no one passes the 50% threshold, this goes to a December runoff with the top two candidates. And we are seeing the Libertarian candidate pull some votes tonight. The question is it going to be significant enough of a margin to send this in part to a runoff?
Yeah.
Tom?
And will there be enough of a voter turnout on a new vote, on another vote to help one or the other? Ellison, thank you. Ellison Barber, who is in Atlanta. We also wanted to make the mention, though, that Biden won that state by less than half a percentage point in 2020. The state's still very evenly divided, and yet we saw saw Mr. Kemp today won the governor's race yet again. We'll have much more on this race throughout the night. Let's rejoin now NBC special coverage of Decision 2022, the balance of power, with special attention, of course, on the U.S. Senate at this hour.
11:30 on the East Coast, 8:30 in the West. Welcome back to NBC's election coverage. The 2022 midterms roll on. Polls are closed across the continental U.S. Just our friends in Alaska voting at this hour. In Hawaii, the vote is conducted entirely by mail. Let's get to some of our boards here. The Pennsylvania Senate race, too early to call, but we are saying that John Fetterman, the Democrat, is leading at this hour. And in Georgia, it is too close to call.
Arizona Senate race, it is still too early to call. Mark Kelly trying to defend his seat from Blake Masters. Also, Wisconsin Senate, we're going to characterize that one also too close to call at this hour.
We got interrupted our conversation with Maryland's new governor-elect, Wes Moore, the first black governor from Maryland, I might add, so making history tonight as well. I wonder, Governor-elect, if you feel you were helped at all by the choice of candidate on the Republican side here. Larry Hogan, the incumbent there in Maryland, pointedly did not endorse that candidate. Do you think that was a help to your campaign?
Well, I think we were able to draw a very clear contrast with our opponent where we knew that going into this race that no matter who the opponent was, we were going to focus on the issues that Marylanders were concerned about. That, we knew that we were going to focus on making sure that people can and should feel safe in their own communities and that we can have a 21st century education system. And while despite the fact that my opponent, where I define patriotism is when I was in the military and I left my family to lead paratroopers overseas in Afghanistan, his definition of patriotism was putting on a baseball cap and asking people to join him as he went to the Capitol on January 6th. We knew that being able to help Marylanders understand that was going to be important. But we also made sure that our messaging was focused on not asking people to support us because they were afraid of something, but it was asking people to support us because they could believe in something. And that's why I think we had such an overwhelming win.
And Governor-elect, a lot of Democrats kept President Biden at arm's length. You embraced him. He was campaigning for you just the other day. We have our polling shows that a lot of Democrats don't want the current president to run again. Why did you embrace the president, and why didn't it work for others?
Yeah, well, I'm thankful that the president, came to Maryland, both because it's important that as a state that we are going to have a strong relationship with Washington. We've got big things that we are going to get done in the state of Maryland, and we're going to need the support from Washington in order to do it. But also importantly, I think the president recognizes that there's something special happening here in Maryland. That if you think about the fact that Maryland is proving to be bold and is going to move fast about how we're thinking about everything about renewable energy and clean energy to being able to offer a service year option for every single high school graduate. Maryland is prepared to move and go fast. And I'm excited for the fact that the president came here and recognizes the fact that this is going to be Maryland's decade. It's exciting for us.
All right, Governor-elect Wes Moore, congratulations on your victory tonight. I should mention in the primary, Wes Moore ran against some household names, at least in politics. He had a very crowded primary. Tom Perez, the former DNC chairman, was one of his opponents. So he prevailed in the primary and then went on to a race that was a bit easier for him because he was, again, it was another of those Trump-backed candidates who proved to be too controversial for the voters of Maryland.
He's never run before. He has run a major charity. He's a military veteran. He was raised by a single mom, saw his father die in front of him when he was 3 years old. He is such an American story, an all-American story, and it's going to be fascinating to watch what he does in Maryland.
All right, well, we are continuing to watch the midterm elections at stake. Who controls Congress? Just 5 seats needed by the Republicans to take control of the House. Just 1 net gain in the Senate will give them the Senate. We are waiting to see how this plays out. Will we know tonight or will it be a few days? We're going to pause just for a moment here and let some of our other stations who've been in their local news join us. So we'll pause just a moment and rejoin with you on the other side. Welcome back. NBC's coverage of the 2022 midterm elections rolls on. As we started the night, Lester, the question was, would there be a big red wave? Would there be a ripple? Would there be a tsunami? Lindsey Graham, the Republican senator of South Carolina, said tonight he thinks the Senate will go to the Republicans. He believes the House will as well, but he said we are not seeing a wave that some polls had predicted.
We appear to be seeing a breakdown of the country as it stood before this election and reflected in the numbers we're watching. Let's go to Peter Alexander in all-important Pennsylvania at the Oz campaign headquarters in Newtown, Pennsylvania. Peter?
Lester, behind me, you can see that the Republican Senate candidate, Dr. Mehmet Oz, is now out on the stage with his family. He says there are a lot of votes to be counted, and he's not wrong right now. They are still in this process, and they anticipate, according to the acting Secretary of State, that they may be going through this counting process for the next few days. But the bottom line is there's certainly some bad signs, some ominous signs for the Oz campaign at this point. Consider John Fetterman's effort. Right now, Fetterman is outperforming Joe Biden from the 2020 election in some key areas, including Scranton, Joe Biden's hometown. Oz is doubling his performance there right now. The advantage was about 8 points 2 years ago. This time around, it is roughly 16 points. And then Allegheny County, that's in Pittsburgh. John Fetterman there tonight with a 33-point advantage so far compared to 20-point advantage that Joe Biden had just a couple of years ago. Dr. Oz has really cast himself as a moderate throughout this campaign, but I think there's going to be a lot of scrutiny of the fact that he hosted Donald Trump this past weekend in some of these key counties that folks are watching. And the counties that we're watching right now are those collar counties that border the suburbs of Philly, that border Philadelphia right now. A lot of votes still to be counted there. And speaking to some of the Republicans in those counties tonight, they said to me, it's the economy stupid, trying to co-opt the message that they had heard from Bill Clinton, frankly, back in the early 1990s. But tonight, it's clear that the abortion issue is significant as well. Even some conservatives saying to me that was on their mind as they prepared to vote tonight. We'll be keeping a close eye on the way things go over the course of this evening. But Oz is not giving up. He may need to wait several more days before he knows which way this one goes. Back to you guys.
Peter, thanks. And there are the current numbers on the board as we have them.
Okay, Gabe Gutierrez is in Atlanta following that close race. He is at the Warnock campaign headquarters. Hi, Gabe.
Hi, Savannah. Well, we expected a long night in Georgia, and here we are, a real squeaker. And right now, both candidates under that 50% threshold as we await more votes to roll in. It was a short time ago. John Ossoff, the other senator from Georgia, was here trying to pump up the crowd, trying to convince them to stick around. We still have not heard from Senator Raphael Warnock so far, but Warnock's supporters are hoping that these last batches of votes, a lot of votes actually from in and around Atlanta, might put him over the top. Over on the other side, Walker's supporters hope that the vote count from more rural areas might have him come out on top tonight. But again, Savannah and Lester, that big question, whoever comes out on top tonight, will they cross that 50% threshold and prevent the runoff? If no candidate gets there, we'll be back here in a few weeks, a month from now, in what is a crucial race here in Georgia. Back to you.
A lot of people say they've seen that movie before. Gabe, thanks very much. We want to welcome NBC News contributor Stephen Hayes, who's editor and CEO of the online opinion and news publication The Dispatch, as well as NBC News political analyst and Washington Post columnist Eugene Robinson. Eugene, let me begin with you. This is not a night turning out as many Republicans had thought, and frankly, many Democrats had thought. What is your viewpoint on where we are and how we got there?
Well, this is kind of an election. It's like a menu in a diner. You know, there are a million items on the menu, and you can sort of choose what you want. You can believe what you want about this election. Democrats can believe they've had a really, really good night. I mean, the Republicans need one lousy seat in the Senate, 5 lousy seats in the House, and they have the majorities. And here it is, you know, coming up on midnight, and we still can't say decisively that they've won a majority in either house of Congress. So that's an amazing performance for for a party in the first term of that party's presidency. In a midterm, it just doesn't doesn't happen. So the Democrats can feel they've defended their turf pretty well. Republicans at the same time are making inroads. Look at what happened in Florida. I think we've really seen the emergence of Ron DeSantis as an even more major figure in the Republican Party and a real sort of formidable opponent to Donald Trump if he decides to run for president. I mean, look at he's who galvanized Florida and also did the gerrymander that is giving them more House seats in Florida.
Steve, are we seeing an election where it's really more about party loyalty coming back home as opposed to what we've heard in a lot of this, the exit polling about the economy and these other factors?
Well, yeah, I think it has a lot to do with party loyalty. The exit polling seems to indicate that people really cared about those issues. But the parties are very starkly split on those issues that people care about. And so it'll be interesting. We won't know for a few days when we really get to look at the data. I think we're going to see some voters did, in fact, split their ballots and vote for Brian Kemp and Raphael Warnock.
Yeah,
and by the way, though, let me mention one other quick thing, though. It is astounding, Lester, that we're talking about a Senate race in the state of Georgia between two black men, a black Republican and a black incumbent Democrat, and that is really an astounding thing, given the Georgia of my youth when I grew up next door in South Carolina.
Yeah, I want to get Stephen Hayes to weigh in on all of that. Stephen.
Yeah, no, I agree with a lot of what Eugene has said there. I mean, this was basically a one-state wave, right? It was Florida, and then nothing else. And I think if you're Republicans right now, you have to be looking at these results, and there's a lot to learn still, and have this sense that there are missed opportunities here. I mean, we weren't really talking about competitive races in the Massachusetts governor's race, for instance, the Maryland governor's race. You just interviewed Wes Moore. You know, Maryland had a historically popular Republican governor in Larry Hogan, who had campaigned for another candidate in the primaries, and instead, backed by Donald Trump, Dan Cox ran this sort of extremist campaign, a January 6th sympathetic person. That's a missed opportunity, and I think you start to look down the line. J.D. Vance wins his race in Ohio, which has become a red state, but requires a cash infusion from national Republicans of some $35 to $40 million to get the job done. And then you look at places like Arizona, like Pennsylvania, that perhaps better candidates would have mattered. Mitch McConnell raised this a few weeks ago in a not-so-veiled shot at Donald Trump, I think. And I think Mitch McConnell looks pretty vindicated on the candidate quality question.
Well, we'll get into it more. Stephen Hayes, Eugene Robinson, thanks for your time tonight. We've got a lot more to cover. NBC special election night coverage, Decision 2022 rolls on when we come back.
suburbs, as you can see here. So our models do indicate this. Warnock basically has a shot at 50% plus one. But it may be so close at the end of the night that there actually might have to be a recount to decide whether we have a runoff.
Wait,
Okay?
is it like a legal recount or automatic?
Well, if it's, you know, that's something, I'm going to have to go to my book. That's why we have an election book. All right, you stumped me on this one. We'll get that. We'll get our best people on it. The Wisconsin Senate race, as you can see here, this has been tight, but Johnson has got a slight lead. I just want to show you, we've been keeping track of our split ticket states here. I want to show you the governor's race here. As you can see, Evers is leading. He's at 50.5. As you can see here, he's overperforming, it looks like by about 1.5 points. So there's clearly some, we wondered if it would, you know, could we see Evers win and Johnson with both incumbents? That would be of interest. And I got to take you to one other point that we haven't made. We were doing our quick what if. The Republicans are running out of Senate seats. Let me show you what I mean, right? We already know New Hampshire is over here. We already know, New Hampshire.
Over there. Yeah.
This is what I get for being a little too quick. I can go with the live here, if you will, I believe. There we go. So we already have put, we got to put New Hampshire back over here, since we know that was called. So Arizona, Kelly's leading, all right? Pennsylvania, Fetterman's leading. These are just the leads. Wisconsin, Johnson's leading. You see where I'm going here? If the Republicans don't pick off Nevada or Georgia here, they're just running out of ways to get to 51 seats themselves. Could we have a situation if Democrats hold Nevada, pick off Pennsylvania, even if Georgia's in a runoff, it may not be for Senate control. Democrats might already have it. There's a chance right now Democrats could pick up a Senate seat. Just something to think about for the night.
And just to follow up, apparently Georgia law, a candidate can request a recount if the margin is less than half a percent.
Lester, to avoid a runoff and avoid Thanksgiving campaigns, the Democratic Party will probably pay for that recount. Or if it's the Walker on there, the Republican Party will pay for that recount.
Okay. Recount to runoff. Wow. The hits just keep on coming.
It's to avoid, I mean, their voter fatigue, too, is a real thing. I mean, I heard about that on the campaign trail. I talked to one voter who said, I really hope there's not a runoff, only so I don't have to keep seeing the ads, right? In one of the most expensive Senate races in the country.
No question about it. Let's go to Garrett Haake. He's NBC's senior Capitol Hill correspondent. He's at House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy's headquarters. Of course, Kevin McCarthy hoping that he will be the incoming speaker if Republicans take the House tonight. What are you hearing there, Garrett?
Well, Savannah, Republicans were planning for a victory party tonight, and as you can see behind me, there's not much of a party happening here. Now, they may still be on the path to taking the House, but it hasn't happened yet, and it hasn't happened easily. The wave that so many Republican lawmakers and strategists that I've been talking to over the last couple of weeks have predicted would show up hasn't. And at the beginning of the night, I talked about two bellwether races to watch for how big that race might be. Rhode Island 2, where Republicans thought they had a chance to send a Republican to Congress from that state for the first time in 30 years. NBC News projects the Democrat will win that race. And then the Virginia 7th District, which we've already talked about so much tonight. Abigail Spanberger holding on and winning in that race as well. I heard from a number of Democratic lawmakers after that race was called. They felt a real boost of energy, a little wind in their sails that Abigail Spanberger won one of the most expensive and hardest fought matchups of this cycle. Now, there's still a ton of seats in play that Republicans feel good about, open seats, seats that have been leaning their direction. It's a long night to go, but this is turning into a much more of a slog than Republicans expected on the way to the House majority.
All right, Garrett Haake, we'll see how it develops. We're back with more coverage right after this.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Let's go back to the board, see what we've got. Minnesota's governor's race too early to call, but the Democrat, Tim Walz, the incumbent, leading at this hour.
All right, Ned Lamont is the projected winner in Connecticut in the governor's race.
All right, let's go to Kristen Welker. She's at the White House, and we know President Biden's been on the phone tweeting about calling victorious candidates tonight, and perhaps Kristen making more calls than he thought he would be making tonight.
I think that's absolutely right, Savannah. By my count, so far, he's made more than 20 calls. And the word of the hour here at the White House is that the president and the advisors around him are feeling buoyed by these results so far. There you see tweeting out a picture of him making some of these calls. Why is he feeling buoyed? Well, because of some of these results. Senator Maggie Hassan among the lawmakers whom he called. Democrats were watching this race really closely, very nervous about what could happen here. The fact that Maggie Hassan holds on to her Senate seat is significant. The president about to call New York Governor Kathy Hochul. Remember what we saw in the waning days of this race, Savannah and Lester. You saw this all hands on deck approach to campaigning for Governor Hochul. The first lady was there. The president was there. The vice president was there to keep her in that deep blue state. And so the president's made a number of other calls. Let me read off a couple more for you. The other big race they were watching, Abigail Spanberger, of course, that was a win. That was a big one. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, no surprise there that he would reach out to Chuck Schumer, Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, Representative Jennifer Wexton, and the list goes on and on. But it gives you a sense of the mood here behind the scenes at the White House. They say they are just not seeing this red wave that they were fearing. And as Chuck has said, now what do we expect moving forward? Look, the president moved from his residence into the dining room outside of the Oval Office to make these phone calls. And so that is where he is reaching out to these winners as he continues to watch the returns come in. And then we continue to hear from advisors close to the president that we can expect to hear from him in some form, in some fashion tomorrow, responding to everything that is occurring tonight. Savannah and Lester.
All right, Chuck is at the big board. What do you want to show us?
Well, look, we're on the verge, and I actually I thought we were going to have something.
We have a few seconds, so just give us a teaser, Chuck.
Exactly. There's a reason we told you the early indicators. I said Indiana 1 was one of the early indicators. We still aren't able to count Indiana 1, which tells you part of the reason is because we still don't know which way the House is going. And in fact, with Indiana 1 did tell us, we didn't know it was going to tell us that, Savannah.
Well, we are in suspense with bated breath. It's coming up on 9 o'clock on the West Coast, midnight here in the East, but we're still going full speed ahead. Lots of results to come in. Results unknown. We'll be back after this.
And good evening. It is still election night in America. I'm Tom Yamas, picking up our special coverage of Decision 2022. Right now, we are watching the balance of power in the House, where Republicans went into the night needing a net gain of just 5 seats to gain control. But the red wave they were hoping for may turn into more of a red ripple. It's still very early in the night. A lot of West Coast races still out there. Some of the most interesting races that could serve as a bellwether playing out in Virginia. Let's take a look right now. NBC News projects incumbent Democrat Jennifer Wexton the winner in Virginia's 10th district. In Virginia's 7th district, a very tight race, but incumbent Democrat Abigail Spanberger, the projected winner there. Had either Wexton or Spanberger lost, it would have signaled a big night for Republicans. Possibly, we try to study patterns here, but sometimes you can be surprised. I want to bring in senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Hake. Garrett, this is playing out not exactly as Republicans expected. We should tell voters where you are and viewers. You're at the sort of Republican headquarters watch party, if you will, for House Republicans. It doesn't really look like a party. What's happening there?
No, Tom, no party to speak of here. This was Kevin McCarthy's victory event. It was supposed to be a launching pad for him to be the next Speaker of the House. As you pointed out, Republicans may still get there, but the red wave that strategists and lawmakers had been anticipating for weeks has not materialized. You walk through some of those key races in Virginia. It looks like Republicans may pick up that Virginia 2nd District, Elaine Luria's race. But the other two, which were kind of high watermarks for potentially how high a wave could go in the state of Virginia, are off the table for them. And that's been the case in races all around the country. In Rhode Island, a race that they had targeted. In Kansas, a race that Republicans had targeted, not going their way. And so, again, this is turning into a seat-by-seat slog that could go all through the night. And by the way, will make governing, if the Republicans take the majority with only a narrow, small, single-digit, perhaps, seat margin, as Nancy Pelosi can tell them, much more difficult to govern the House with only that kind of cushion, Tom.
Garrett, as far as the East Coast is concerned, or the eastern part of the United States is concerned, what are the Republicans thinking went wrong with the president's approval rating so low, with the economy, inflation so high in the minds of voters? What's gone wrong in the eastern part of the United States?
Well, so far, I think the Republicans would say they've mostly lost on blue turf. The races that they were hoping that they could pick up in Virginia or in Connecticut or Rhode Island have been states that are, typically Democratic. They've done very well in Florida tonight. They are still in the mix in North Carolina, and they're still in the mix for several seats in New York State. And, Tom, I think New York State could be telling here. But so, the map is so big for Republicans. They've got so many places to find those 5 seats that they need. I don't know that they can say it's gone wrong, but it hasn't gone as well as they thought it could. The Democrats have gotten used to governing with a very small majority, and I think Republicans could find themselves in a very similar situation when all these votes are eventually counted.
Yeah, Garrett, because Republicans had so many plans on what they were going to do and so many things they were going to change in the House. They almost campaigned on these kind of things. It's interesting to see what will happen if their majority is not that strong, what they can actually accomplish.
Yeah, I mean, look, especially if they don't also take the Senate, I think you're looking at a series of messaging bills being the kinds of things that House Republicans can pass, and a heavy focus on investigations and oversight. Tom?
All right, Garrett Haig first. Garrett, we appreciate it. We're going to keep a close eye on the many key races that are yet to be decided. We want to pause now to rejoin NBC's special coverage Decision 2022. I'm Tom Yamas.
Welcome back. It is the midnight hour. Lester Hold'em, we are here on an exciting election night. Midnight on the East Coast, 9 o'clock out west.
Yeah, there have been some surprises tonight. The polls have just closed in Alaska, and aside from Hawaii, which votes entirely by mail, all the votes have been cast, and now it is down to the counting.
It's all over but the counting may take a while. Let's go to Hawaii. Too early to call this Senate race. Brian Schatz looking for another term in the United States Senate. Georgia's Senate race all night long, just too close to call. And in Pennsylvania, we're saying it's too early to call, but we project Fetterman, the Democrat, leading in that race.
Let's look at Arizona Senate right now, where it is too early to call. Mark Kelly, the incumbent, trying to hold off Blake Masters. In the Nevada Senate race, it is also too early to call. It's a place buffeted by the economic winds. And the Wisconsin Senate race, also too close to call.
Let's stay out west. Utah's Senate race too early to call. Mike Lee, the incumbent, trying to hold on against a bid from an independent, Evan McMullen, who said he would not caucus with either Republicans or Democrats if elected. And here's how the Senate stands at this hour, 46-46. If you like a tight election, this is your night. And let's go to the House model. This is what NBC News is projecting at this hour. 219 seats for Republicans, 216 for Democrats. 218 is what is needed for control. But please look carefully at this. There's a margin of error, plus or minus 13 seats. That means it could go 13 seats higher or lower from the numbers you see right there.
So put another way, we don't know.
We don't know. This is a fancy way of saying this is very close, and Chuck, we may not know tonight.
Look, I have been at NBC starting with the 2008. This is the election. This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night. And I'm guessing it's probably hasn't happened since maybe when television started at this point. And there's a reason for it. We told you these early indicators. At the end of the day, so far, basically, Republicans have picked up one of their target seats. One. Virginia, 2. They didn't get Spanberger. They don't have Frank Mervan yet. He's leading. You start to look here, North Carolina 13 is a seat that Democrats ended up picking up. That was a new seat there, if you will. Let me get out of this over here. We've got, when you start to look, the top targets that they had, Democrats holding 13. They picked up Ohio 1. That was a pickup for the Democrats. Ohio 13. That's a hold. You look at more of these targets. Ohio 9. This was Marcy Kaptur. She was running against a January 6er. She won. Rhode Island 2 was a favorite race of the House Republicans. They kept talking about, look at the strength of Republicans coming back in New England. Didn't happen here. Democrats are holding Rhode Island 2. So you're just seeing it wherever we look. This is the reason why this House projection is essentially, it's a coin flip. Let's see what happens in California. We got a lot of House races to count. We got 3 Democratic-held seats in Nevada that we may not know for days. We've got about 6 seats that matter in California. So at the end of the day, this is a race-by-race fight for control of the House. Slight advantage Republicans. Slight. But that's it right now.
And abortion has literally been on the ballot in some states. Let's look at where we are with Proposition 3 in Michigan, the right to abortion. Yes, right now with 55%.
3 states had an abortion measure on their ballots. California, one of them. Prop 1, yes, there is a right to abortion. And Vermont, it amends its constitution. Yes, a right to reproductive freedom, reproductive autonomy, as the measure puts it in Vermont. That's a change to the Constitution. Yamiche Alcindor is at Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer's headquarters in Detroit. And Yamiche, we have seen this abortion issue be one that galvanizes Democrats, certainly in those early weeks after the Supreme Court handed down the Dobbs decision striking down Roe v. Wade. Some wondered whether or not the Democrats had emphasized it too much. I guess that's something that they're looking at in Michigan as well.
Certainly, Savannah. And what Democrats are feeling right now as they're waiting for Governor Whitmer, who was hoping to get reelected in this state, they're feeling good about the fact that she really did centralize her closing message on abortion, making the case over and over again across this state that it was critical to vote for Proposal 3, which was that referendum that was on the ballot here in Michigan to enshrine abortion rights into the state constitution. NBC is now projecting that that is going to be approved. We've also seen in California as well as Vermont, which were 2 other states that were looking at enshrining abortion rights into their constitutions. They are projected to do so as well. 2 other states, Kentucky and Montana, are looking at other sort of abortion ballot initiatives. But really, Democrats make the critical decision to say, you know what, while people are focused on inflation, we're also going to talk about abortion. And I asked Governor Whitmer about that yesterday, and she told me that abortion is connected to the economy and inflation. She says one of the biggest decisions that people are going to make about their economy, their budgets, is going to be family planning, when and if they want to have children. So Gretchen Whitmer feels like she's done what she was supposed to do here. Of course, the Republican Tudor Dixon, she was against abortion rights in all cases, including in rape and incest. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in the governor's race. Still too close to call, but definitely one to continue to watch.
All right, Yamiche, thanks very much.
They're fired up at Whitmer headquarters anyway.
Our soundproof booth is not working.
So let's turn to Andrea and Hallie on this issue.
So, go ahead, Andrea, please.
Sorry. Well, I was just going to point out that in Wisconsin, abortion is a big issue in the Senate race. 62% of Wisconsin voters told the exit poll that they favor making abortion legal, 35% not. So abortion and crime are sort of splitting the vote there, but abortion is important to more voters, and that could be helping Mandela Barnes keep it at least close against Ron Johnson.
And look at the stakes here, right? Because in Wisconsin and North Carolina, a couple of these states, what happens for these state house races is going to make a big difference, because it is entirely possible that Republicans could end up with, in Wisconsin, a supermajority that is veto-proof, no matter who ends up in that governor's mansion.
Legislature.
Yeah, exactly, in the state house, in the state legislature, in that tight governor's race there, which is going to have an impact on some of these bills to restrict abortion access that Republican lawmakers on the local level, state lawmakers, are putting forward. You look at these props overall, though, here's why this is significant here. There were 3 on the ballot that would expand abortion access in the country. 2 others we're still waiting on that would restrict abortion access in 2 states, Kentucky and Montana. But in these 3 states, in Prop 3, that's a big deal, right, for the reasons that Yamiche laid out. But Vermont, too, Savannah, you mentioned it is a constitutional change, a change to Vermont's constitution. This is one of, if not the first times we've seen that happen in this post-Dobbs era, meaning since the Supreme Court overturned Roe versus Wade. That is laying out the stakes and the scope here.
Well, let's turn to some of our analysts. We've got Robert Gibbs, an NBC News political analyst, former Obama White House press secretary, and Michael Steele, NBC News political analyst, former chair of the Republican National Committee, former governor of Maryland, I might add. Gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Good evening. Actually, it is good morning.
You're right.
Oh, gosh, I knew at one point I'd be right about that again. Yes, exactly. Today's show's in like 4 hours. Let's talk to you, Robert. I mean, look, you know, on the one hand, Democrats have got to be sighing a big breath of relief because the feared red wave is not here. At the same time, they may well lose control of both houses of Congress.
Well, I think the House is really close. I think, and you went through this a little bit ago, I think the path is really getting narrow for Republicans to seize control of the Senate. We may be spending Thanksgiving in or around Atlanta, but I think the path is narrow, and I think the reason tonight is pretty clear. Democrats were energized about the Dobbs decision. They were energized about taking on Donald Trump. They were energized about election denial. They were energized about party extremism. I don't think anybody, Savannah, would have guessed that if we looked at the exit poll, that Democrats would be leading with independent voters 49-48. A fairly stunning development after all of this election is played out.
And Michael, let me ask you, where does the finger pointing begin in the Republican Party if this goes on the track that we're currently seeing it?
Look, a lot of the finger pointing is going to be silent finger pointing. You will hear very little, I think, outwardly blaming Donald Trump for his hand in selecting some of these candidates in races that were competitive in a very good environment for Republicans, like Georgia and like Pennsylvania. When you think about the Republican candidate in that primary that had a better shot at really bringing Democrats to the Republican side of the ticket, Trump weighed in with Oz, and the rest, as they say, is the land of crazy. And I think a lot of folks right now are going to be sitting back quietly, stewing in their recriminations, and trying to figure out, quite honestly, how to, if Georgia goes to a runoff, forestall any announcement by Donald Trump next week about a presidential bid with a potential December runoff election in Georgia at stake. So the party is dealing with a lot of bumps that they didn't see. A lot of us did see it. A lot of us called it and talked about how difficult this terrain would be. But here we are, and now you'll be talking about what Republicans are saying quietly and publicly behind Donald Trump's back and hoping that he just quietly goes away. But y'all know that ain't happening.
Well, let's talk about, we have former President Trump and we have former President Obama also very visible on the campaign trail. Robert, I mean, do you feel that Obama had an effect here in some of these races?
I do. I mean, look, I think the combination of both Obama and Biden in Pennsylvania was probably a help. I think, you know, as a surrogate, a surrogate can say and do things that, quite frankly, a candidate can't. A former president can say things about the current president that they may not be able to. And I think what President Obama was able to do, one, is get people pretty fired up, but also just to make some real clear arguments about what was at stake and do it in a way that recalled the excitement and the passion of the Obama-Biden presidency now being carried out by Joe Biden. So I think it built a lot of enthusiasm. I think it got a lot of people excited. And I think it's probably made some difference having all of our surrogates out on the trail in these last few days.
Michael Steele, we know that there are a number of election deniers and doubters who have been on the ballot tonight. Will they accept the results of this election?
Yes and no. It depends on whose race you're talking about. If it's their race, yes, we won this fair and square. If they lost, probably not. Look, we saw earlier this evening, Lester, you had Kari Lake out there in Nevada talking about how many problems there were and intimating that there was something nefarious going on. And when confronted by reporters saying, hey, what does that mean for your race? If you win tonight, are you going to be concerned that you didn't win fairly? And she was like, well, no, that's not. That's, I'm more concerned and interested about who's going to be counting the vote and who's going to be touching the ballots. So folks like Carrie Lake and other election deniers, they know what's at stake here. They know the truth of the matter, and yet they persist in these lies, and they get constantly caught in them. So, look, on the back end of this, yes, we should anticipate people making noise and sounds about election integrity and whether or not their election was problematic. But from everything we could see tonight, the way these elections have been played out, it's been fair. It's been above board. It's been transparent.
Right.
And the voters have spoken in big numbers.
Gentlemen, thank you. Good discussion.
Thank you, and good morning. We're back right after this, after midnight on the East Coast.
Go with grapes from California every day.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We're back 12:15 in the morning here on election night, 9:15 on the West Coast. Let's get to some results. Minnesota's governor's race has been decided. Tim Walz, the incumbent, will go on to victory there. In Hawaii, the governor's race, it's too early to call, but the Democrat Josh Green is leading in that race.
Let's check into the Arizona governor's race. Too early to call there. The Wisconsin governor's race also, that one actually too close to call. And Michigan governor's race too early to call.
And let's go to Nevada. The governor race there, very hotly contested. Too early to call there. We'll be waiting a while for results there. So we'll continue the discussion here. The economy being a huge issue. We saw voters say it again and again, Hallie.
Over and over, right? I was out on the trail in Florida, in Georgia. I was on the phone with people all weekend. And again and again. Even, people think of this as a Republican issue, but even Democrats talked about it, right? And I talked with one woman in Arizona who leaned Democratic. But she talked about this. She talked about her concern over Katie Hobbs not debating, for example, which is an issue we'll get to in Arizona. But it matters to people because they feel it. Like, they get it. It's not, we talk about how threats to democracy has also been an issue for people. Unlike any other issue, what you pay for gas matters in your life, right? How you get to work deeply affects like your everyday thinking, and so it's no surprise.
But doesn't it come down to who do you blame? We all can accept nobody wants to pay higher prices, but when it comes to walking in and casting your ballot, it's who you blame.
It's always the president in the White House that gets blamed when the economy goes bad.
Yeah,
that's the terrible reality for this president.
Why the midterms are often difficult when you're talking about this kind of economy. It's a strange economy, though, where you have unemployment very low, inflation generationally high. Tom Yamas has been looking at how the economy question played out for voters in the exit polls. What did you find?
Hey, Savannah, it's past midnight in the exit polls. They are popping. All right, so first off, you guys were talking about the economy here. Look at this number right here. We go from 2014, where people thought the economy was around 75%. They thought the condition of the economy was not so good. It goes down in 2018, but it comes up tonight to 75% that the economy is not good. When we expand this out a little bit, we ask about gas prices. Have gas prices caused you financial hardship? 65% say yes, no 34%. We want to emphasize this because this is what Republicans ran on. And at this hour, of course, things could always change. We're talking about a Republican ripple and not a red wave. I want to break down two other states because we're watching the Senate races in Georgia and Pennsylvania. First up, let's look through this through the prism of the president, President Joe Biden's job approval. This right here is in Georgia. 56 disapprove, and you still have a razor-thin race right there. In Pennsylvania, job approval right here. 10% somewhat disapprove, 44% strongly disapprove. So when you marry those together, you're pretty much at where Georgia was. The president is not really popular there, but this is what's really fascinating, right? We wanted to ask when people made up their minds on these votes. So Georgia voters, when did you decide for whom to vote for? And the question here, do campaigns matter? Well, we can debate this. 76 made up their mind about who to vote for in Georgia before October. Look at this. There's been so many ads run. That's when the women came forward against Herschel Walker as well. And yet 76% of the voting population in Georgia that we polled had already made up their decision. In Pennsylvania, so much has been made about the debate about John Fetterman's health. 71% made their decision before October. That's pretty incredible data. It makes you think where the races have gone and how much money has been spent over the last month. Guys, back to you.
Okay, here's a nerdy number. This for you, Chuck. We actually got it from our pollster. Okay, Consumer Confidence Index, okay? We have had 6 straight months with a Consumer Confidence Index below 60. That is the first time that has happened in 70 years, okay? The only other times cycles this low, not 60, this is a 70-year, was 74, 80, and 2008.
And wave. Not a wave.
I
mean,
know.
that is why so many smart people, that's why our pollsters were leaning more in that direction, simply because the fundamentals. But polarization trumps the fundamental. Look at what Tom just showed us. People are already in the trenches. As a colleague of mine just called it, this is World War I for politics. It's trench warfare. All this money to move an inch.
It's the wrong direction that people are feeling. They're feeling an economy that doesn't actually exist because of inflation, because the jobs market is so much better. The jobs numbers are so much better. You've never had consumer confidence this low when you've had a jobs picture this good.
You have been saying this for days, Chuck. You've been writing about it. It's polarization versus fundamentals. What kind of an election is it going to be? We already know it. We know.
Yeah,
we know,
I mean,
right?
Republicans could still end up controlling the House and the Senate when all is said and done. And it's pretty clear polarization is the strongest force in American politics tonight.
Okay, we'll keep covering it. We'll be back right after this.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations? All right, welcome back to NBC News coverage of Decision 2022. The midterms providing a lot of drama in ways that maybe a lot of people hadn't expected tonight, but we're taking it through the night. It is a little after, I have no idea what time it is.
What does it matter?
I started that segment, and then it's around 12:20.
It's morning. Well, where are the votes left to be counted? Chuck Todd is standing over there with that answer.
By the way, it reminds me of something, Lester. This feels like a roller coaster, but remember what happens with a roller coaster? You go back to the same place you started?
Yeah.
Yeah. I have a feeling.
I was about to say you get sick?
No, well,
okay.
and that too maybe.
Okay.
But I have a feeling we're going to end up right where we started tonight. Anyway, let me just show you. We've got a great tool here to show you, obviously, not a lot of vote left, and we can tell you where it is so you have an idea, and you can see here the remaining vote that is left here. And this is why we think Warnock's going to have a shot at getting this 50% plus one and voting the runoff, because look at, yes, there's drips of vote remaining in a lot of these red counties, but the bulk of it is in the Atlanta suburbs. So, like I said, I expect us to have a recount to see if we have a runoff in Georgia. Let me take you to Pennsylvania. Little less reporting there. We know that Philadelphia may be late, but let me show you the same routine here so you have an idea of where this remaining vote is. And, let me get that out of the way. Unfortunately, my little filter here, remaining vote, won't get out of the way because it's sitting over, but you can see all of the yellow is underneath that. I will let our board folks know we have a minor flaw there. Now let me take you to Wisconsin and give you the same thing here. This one, Johnson leads. Here, the remaining vote. This is why I think I'd rather be Ron Johnson than Mandela Barnes. Yes, there's a bunch of vote out in the southeast part of the state, Milwaukee and Dane County. But look, there's quite a bit of vote in various places in Wisconsin. That's a little bit more, you notice these yellow circles, a little bit bigger in these red counties than they were with Herschel Walker there. And then finally, I'll take you to Arizona. It's still super early, and we know it takes a long time. But just to give you an idea of remaining vote, I mean, the problem with there's always really one big circle when it comes to remaining vote, the biggest county in America.
Sure, thanks so much.
All right, we'll keep watching it. NBC's coverage of these historic midterm elections returns right after this.
And good evening, I'm Tom Yamas. Election night has now turned into election morning. We still have continuing coverage of Decision 2022 from our NBC News election headquarters here at 30 Rock in New York. Right now, the Senate is hanging in the balance. Here's what it looks like at this hour. Republicans came into the night needing a net gain of 1 seat to take back control, but they are still waiting for a pivotal flip, and they could be waiting a while. Here's why. The race in Arizona right now, too early to call. In Pennsylvania, the race is also too early to call, but John Fetterman is leading, and that would be a Democratic gain. In Wisconsin, the race also too close to call there as well. The incumbent Senator Ron Johnson, a Republican. We're waiting to see what happens there. And the high-profile Senate race in Georgia between Republican Herschel Walker and incumbent Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock, who won that special election, still too close to call. We are watching this one so closely. And so is Ellison Barber, who's at Herschel Walker's headquarters in Atlanta. Ellison, we heard from Herschel Walker earlier tonight. What exactly is happening, and what's the mood there just behind you?
Yeah, so we've now heard from both Herschel Walker as well as incumbent Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock, both of them delivering a message to their supporters saying this is going to be a long night. Both of them saying we feel good. Herschel Walker addressed supporters at his campaign headquarters here around 10:30. He said in part, "We're in a fight, are we not? I'm like Ricky Bobby, I didn't come to lose." About an hour later, Warnock addressed his supporters, saying in part, "We always knew that this race would be close. Hang in there. I'm feeling good." We did expect this race to be close in all of the polls leading up to this for a good month plus. These two candidates have essentially been in a dead heat. The magic number tonight, though, it's 50.01%. If neither candidate gets a majority of the vote, this will go to a runoff. Right now, about 15,000 votes are separating these two candidates. This is really coming down to the wire, Tom, and we just heard from Walker's campaign here. They're telling us they do not expect to have any sort of final call tonight. It seems like they, too, will be up all night waiting to see what happens here. But again, the message from both teams, both candidates, is that they feel confident. Tom?
You know, Ellison, you quote Talladega Nights. That's a pretty bold move. But how does the Walker campaign explain Governor Brian Kemp being on such firm footing and Herschel Walker still in a world of unknown?
Yeah, I asked them a little bit about that, even just looking at some of the numbers in counties that are rural, really red counties that Donald Trump performed very well in. Herschel Walker has been 2 to 3% behind Donald Trump's numbers in some of those counties, and we've seen Warnock perform better than Biden did back in 2020, but they say they're not worried about that, at least from the Walker's campaign's perspective, as they feel confident. They say that they're going to be able to run up the margins just enough in those rural counties to pull off a win here. That's what they want to do, is just pull off a win. They're not necessarily comparing it to how well Governor Kemp did. This race is incredibly close. We have been reporting that split ticket voters could be a factor here. In polls in the last week and a half before Election Day, you had about 10% of Republican-leaning voters saying that they were withholding support from Herschel Walker, either looking to split their ticket in the Senate race after voting for Republican Governor Kemp and voting for Warnock or the Libertarian candidate, or saying they just didn't know what they were going to do. In a race this close, those small margins matter, but we have seen higher numbers for Kemp than we have for Herschel Walker here. Tom?
All right, Ellison, we appreciate it. We want to pause now to rejoin NBC's special coverage of Decision 2022.
Welcome back to Balance of Power, NBC News coverage of the 2022 midterms. We continue to sift our way through the numbers, and we can give you a characterization right now in the Georgia Senate race. It's the same characterization we gave you last time and the time before that. Too close in that race. You can see a 13,000 vote difference between the two men. The Pennsylvania Senate race, too early, but we can tell you that John Fetterman, the Democrat, is leading in Pennsylvania.
Here's Nevada Senate race. Too early to call there. Catherine Cortez Masto trying to hold on to her Senate seat in Arizona. Too early to call. Mark Kelly also trying to hang on there. In Wisconsin, it is too close to call. Ron Johnson looking for a third term. Mandela Barnes, his opponent.
And the Utah Senate race, it is too early to call. Let's show you right now where things stand at this hour. In the Senate, it is 46-46 with 8 undecided seats.
Let's go out west. The Oregon governor's race has been an interesting one. They haven't had a Republican governor in decades, but we've got a three-way race here. Right now, at this hour, Tina Kotek is leading. We will continue to watch that. It's too close to call right now.
Keeping a sharp eye on the Wisconsin governor's race. That is too close to call right now. Tony Evers, the Democratic incumbent, trying to hang on. The Arizona governor's race is too early to call.
Let's go to Jacob Sobroff. He's in Las Vegas at the shared headquarters for Democratic U.S. Senator Catherine Cortez Masto, as well as the Democratic Governor Steve Sisolak. How's the feeling there?
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Lester. Yeah, so when I was over at the polling location in Henderson, we saw a lot of people dropping off those mail-in ballots and those drop-box ballots. And it turns out that those folks, nothing wrong with voting that way whatsoever, but it turns out folks that did vote in that way are part of the reason the Democrats on the ground here, including a source close to the Masto campaign, they do not believe that they are going to know for certain the results of the election tonight. I want to re-emphasize how important this race is, ultimately in tipping the balance of power in the U.S. Senate. Adam Laxalt, the former Attorney General here, and Senator Cortez Masto, the historic first Latina senator in the United States Senate, have been going at it over many issues, but most notably the state of the economy here in Nevada. One of the worst unemployment rates, one of the highest inflation rates in the U.S. is right here. As we crisscrossed Las Vegas with that culinary workers union, we kept hearing time and time again, it is the economy. Well, it turns out the people that voted on that issue, the people that voted on other issues, they are not going to get their result tonight necessarily here. It doesn't mean that more votes are not going to trickle in, but the Clark County Registrar in particular here in Las Vegas has essentially too many mail-in ballots and too many drop box ballots to be able to count tonight. So as we talked about earlier, this is not going to be a race that is decided early this evening, guys.
We'll be staying in Vegas, Jacob, I guess, for one more night.
It stays there.
Sure. I should have said it.
That's all right. That's what we're here for.
All right, Jacob, thank you. We want to go to Arizona now. I think we've got Vaughn Hilliard over at Kari Lake's headquarters. Vaughn, are you there? What are you hearing?
Yes, Savannah, I think this is important here when we're talking about what just took place. Kari Lake, the Republican candidate for governor, somebody who is seen as a bright star in this Republican Party, largely because of the belief that she would be able to take the features of Trumpism and extend it in, be able to appeal to a broader swath of the electorate. But what we are seeing right now here, again, there's about anywhere up to 40% of ballots are still outstanding and need to be counted. And the expectation is that those remaining ballots are going to skew Republican. But right now she's down by about 13 percentage points. Kari Lake, though, just came out onto stage. She has been at the forefront of election conspiracies around 2020. And from this stage to a crowd of several hundred here in Scottsdale, she said, I want to read you the quote, "We had a big day today, and don't let those cheaters and crooks make you think anything different." The tenor of Kari Lake was very stern. Frustration, this is not the party they expected to be having tonight. They, advisors who talked to me, expected to essentially run away with this. There's balloons behind us here. They've been waiting to drop them. Blake Masters is running behind her. He's right now down by 17 percentage points to Mark Kelly here. But for Kari Lake, this is a really not the night that they were expecting here. And we should know, she just said on that stage that despite the gap in the percentage here, and again, we are expecting those day-in ballots, which will likely skew Republican, to roll in through the night, yet she said that she believes that she will declare herself the victor here within, quote, hours. There's a long night ahead here in Arizona, and it's very clear that Kari Lake, whether she wins or whether the numbers show that she loses, has every intention to make this a battle here around the idea of fraud. Of course, she has not presented any such evidence of allegation or even allegations of fraud in this gubernatorial race yet. You just heard it from her herself, referred to the cheaters and the crooks here in Arizona on this election day. Savannah?
Vaughn, it certainly gets us thinking about the president made that speech last week about democracy. I think a lot of people kind of raise their eyebrows. Is that what you want to talk about going down the stretch? But you have to wonder if stories like we just heard there, if it's had an effect.
Because it matters, right? And we know that it matters. And you look at, I think it's important here, and I know we'll talk more about Arizona, but to take a step back and to think about how times have changed. Because think about 2 years ago, the governor of Arizona, Doug Ducey, certified a Joe Biden victory in that critical state. You had, at the time, the state speaker of that state house, Rusty Bowers, resisting pressure from the former president, right? He has since come out and testified about that moment in the January 6th Select Committee in this very high-profile way. Now here we are. Governor Ducey, after having opposed Kari Lake, has endorsed her now, right? Rusty Bowers is no longer, you know, in his position there. Things look a lot different 2 years later than they did 2 years ago. Look ahead to 2024 and what we may see. Kari Lake is somebody who has a national profile and clearly wants to have a national profile. Remember, she cut ads for Doug Mastriano in Pennsylvania, for Tudor Dixon in Michigan, right? Obviously, she doesn't live in Pennsylvania or Michigan, but these are people who share this election denialism attitude that is born out of what we have seen, the seeds planted by former President Trump.
Well, we talked about this a little earlier. I mean, obviously, we've been talking about who controls Congress, a very important issue for good reason.
Yes.
But these state house races and races that, frankly, normally on a night like this, we may not look at secretaries of state or attorneys general.
Yeah.
You know, but in many of these key states, not just any states, battleground states, the very states that in some cases, like in Arizona, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, were decided by the narrowest of margins. Depending on what happens tonight, if you have election deniers/doubters taking over these roles, where the governor has to certify elections, or the Secretary of State decides how elections are run, or the Attorney General decides which lawsuits to file and what to challenge in court. You have a very different scenario potentially setting up for 2024.
We want to continue in Arizona if we can. Aaron McLaughlin is at Senator Mark Kelly's headquarters in Tucson. Aaron?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's right, Lester. And his supporters that have gathered at this watch party say they're optimistic. There's a definite sense of excitement in the air here, in part given the results so far showing incumbent Senator Mark Kelly in the lead with 57.6%. That's with 52% of the vote counted. Now, there's also a recognition in this room that the Democrats traditionally, in a race like this, have a strong early showing because the Democrats are more likely to vote by mail. Those ballots are going to be counted first. There is a sense that that lead could narrow as the hours progress, but nevertheless, there is this optimism. I spoke to Senator Kelly earlier today at a canvassing event, and he told me that he was confident about today, that he's spoken to his supporters who've been out canvassing neighborhoods here in Tucson and elsewhere in Arizona, and he said that they had positive things to say. So people here in Tucson, in this room at least, are optimistic, although at the same time recognizing that this could still be a very, very close race and the situation could change in the coming hours.
All right, Erin McLaughlin in Tucson, Arizona. If you're there for a few days, stop by. My mom will take good care of you. You can stay in my childhood bedroom, no problem at all.
That's an amazing and generous offer, Savannah. You know, we were talking about the Secretary of State races. I was flipping over because I'm tracking where we are with projections on these Secretary of State races. 10 of them, the Republican candidates who are running, are election deniers. And we have projections now. We have results. And in 2 of them, the election denying candidate has won in Alabama and in Wyoming. In 5 others, the election denying candidate has lost. Here's what I want to talk about. 2 states that we're really watching for this, because, Savannah, you laid out the stakes. When do we talk about Secretary of State races here on a midterm night? Not often, hardly ever before 2020. Arizona, which we just discussed, that vote is still outstanding, obviously, for the candidate running for Secretary of State there. But look what happened in Michigan. You had Christina Caramo running, considered a MAGA candidate, right, backing very much the former president's lies about election fraud in 2020. She lost to Jocelyn Benson. And that is, I think, an interesting, I don't know if you can call it a bellwether. I probably wouldn't go that far, but I think it is worth noting as we have the conversation here about the stakes that these battleground states face.
That's the issue. It's
right.
The battleground.
Michigan
You mentioned election deniers or doubters winning secretaries of state in Alabama and
Red
Wyoming.
states.
Let's be honest,
Yes.
Those are not the states that are going down to the wire on any election night in a presidential election. Yeah. But when you're talking about Arizona, Michigan, Wisconsin,
that's right.
Pennsylvania, it matters. In Pennsylvania, the governor appoints the Secretary of State, and now we know it'll be Josh Shapiro, the Democrat.
And I've been getting texts from Democrats in Michigan, and they are really concerned right now about Dan Kildee, a veteran congressman from Flint, Michigan, very highly respected, well-liked, remember the water crisis. And he's the Democratic Party officials there are concerned about him.
But he's in a tough district. He ran in a tough district. He picked a tough district. There's some people upset with some others that could have, didn't have to be in that position.
And Alyssa Slotkin is not safe. She's in a better space, they think, now than she was earlier, but those are all way too early.
Slotkin, one of the 3 Democrats endorsed by Liz Cheney, who has lost her race. Abigail Spanberger also endorsed.
And Cheney endorsed Spanberger. She won. She also endorsed Tim Ryan, Ohio, which his opponent, J.D. Vance, called the kiss of death for him, and Tim Ryan did not win. So it's a big bag for Liz Cheney's endorsements tonight.
And both Slotkin and Spanberger, well, and Loria, national security, and rising stars in their party.
All right. Well, we will continue our coverage and our discussion. Lots more ahead on an election night where it all still hangs in the balance. But first, these messages.
Go with grapes from California every day.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive. Still early in the evening in the West, and we continue to watch the numbers coming out of Nevada. So is Tom Yamas, who's been looking at the exit polls from Nevada. What does it tell you?
Hey, Lester, yeah, we have some interesting exit polling information for both Nevada and Arizona. And interestingly enough, the important issues almost exactly mirror each other in both states. So we asked voters in Arizona first, the most important issue for them as they voted in these midterms. 36% said inflation, 32% said abortion, 18% immigration. We switch this up and we go the most important issue now for voters in Nevada. 37% inflation, 27% abortion, 11% immigration, almost mirror copies. We also have some interesting information about the candidates. So let's start in Nevada here, the Senate candidates. Are Cortez Master or Laxalt's views too extreme? Only Laxalt's, 40%, but 39% for Catherine Cortez Masto. Republicans are going to like that number. We asked the same question in the Senate race in Arizona. Are Mark Kelly or Masters' views too extreme? Only Blake Masters, 48%. That's a better number, obviously, for the Democrats there. Blake Masters, the Republican in this race. I don't know how much we can extrapolate from all this information, but I think what is interesting and what we're noticing here, and Chuck has mentioned this as well, when it comes to battleground states, abortion, the issue of abortion is getting closer and closer to the issue of inflation, not nationally, but definitely in those battleground states. Guys, back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you. We want to welcome in Maria Teresa Kumar, who's an NBC News political analyst and CEO of Voto Latino, as well as former Republican Congressman Carlos Corbeil. He is an NBC News political analyst as well. Welcome to both of you. Carlos, let me start with you. Is this the night you expected?
No, it's not the night a lot of Republicans expected, Savannah. Obviously, Florida, a very bright light for Republicans tonight. But other than that, Republicans are outperforming both in Senate races and in House races. And I'm starting to hear, Savannah, from some Republicans who are saying this is not working for us. This, Trump, messaging is really falling flat. So there's a lot of frustration starting to grow among Republicans and concerns about whether they can win enough seats to control the House, and if they do, whether they will have a governable majority.
Maria, what we've seen so far is simply reinforcing the differences, the polarization we already know is happening. How do we break out of it?
Well, I have to say what is really fascinating to me is that this is a very different congressional map than 2020. This is after the census redistricted many of them, controlled by GOP state houses. So to Carlos' point, this should be basically a shellacking by the Republicans to the Democrats, and that is not the case. If anything, I would say that we're not as polarized. I think that you're seeing a lot of Republicans and a lot of independents and moderates saying, we just want a governing House. We want to make sure that people are actually working policy. We don't like the polarization, and that's how we get out of it. And I think one of the things that we've been able to demonstrate, and we don't give the president enough credit, but a lot of his major signature pieces of legislation, they've been bipartisan. Now, it hasn't been a gazillion Republicans, but it's been enough for him to say that he is a bipartisan president, and I think we're seeing it tonight.
Carlos, you're obviously someone who knows Florida very, very well. What do you think this night means to Ron DeSantis beyond the obvious, which is that he was reelected quite handily, but he also is the architect of the redistricting in Florida that has been very, very successful for Republicans tonight. How do you think this affects what he decides to do going forward, remembering that, of course, Donald Trump is also saying that he's going to have a big announcement next week about his own ambitions?
Well, Savannah, it looks like this is the best possible scenario for Ron DeSantis and his team. Clearly, he did very well in Florida. It was a landslide by Florida standards. He has basically taken Florida off of the map as a swing state. It is now a red state because of the performance that Ron DeSantis turned in tonight. On top of that, a lot of the Trump-backed candidates are struggling in key Senate seats. So Ron DeSantis is going to be able to say, I was an outlier for Republicans on this important election night, and he's going to point to Donald Trump and say Trumpism is failing the Republican Party. We need to turn the page. I don't think the DeSantis team could have written tonight any better for him.
And Maria, have we really understood at this point the implications of Donald Trump as an effect on the Republican Party?
I think we're going to take a pause because I think Florida is very much a different part of a different state. It's one of the only places where young voters in general as a whole will never eclipse older voters in the Latino community in particular. But when you see at the end of the day the tea leaves where young voters in particular and Latino voters, when we're looking at Pennsylvania and Georgia, even in Arizona, it's going to tell a different story. And I do think that Liz Cheney going out on the campaign trail, warning Republicans that they have to break the fever, I think we're starting to see it tonight.
All right.
Maria and Carlos, thank you very much.
Appreciate that perspective. We'll continue to cover this election night, election morning here on NBC. We're back after this quick break.
This is your territory.
Hey, I'd love a shot at
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Just before 1 o'clock in the morning out east end, we have a big call to make NBC News projects that John Fetterman will prevail in that hotly contested Pennsylvania Senate race. And that brings us to the Senate at this hour.
And the Senate at this hour, well, I'll show you the numbers there. Senate Democrats leading 47-46, 7 undecided seats. It's turned to Chuck. Where does this take us?
Well, I've kind of already decided one of those two already, just so you know. This is our what-if map. So this is essentially what's left that we haven't called. We're sitting at, in my projection here, 48-48. And if you look, Wisconsin, Johnson is leading. I don't know if there's enough vote for Barnes to catch him. We haven't called it yet. It's getting close. But Republicans are running out of room here, and that Pennsylvania loss means, look at this, Democrats just need 2 of these 3, Arizona, Georgia, and Nevada. They're leading in Arizona, and there's a lot of math there that indicates Masters is underperforming Lake, and that's a problem. And we already know this is either runoff or somehow Warnock pulls it off. The big unknown of the night is what's going on in Nevada. Republicans were really bullish about Nevada. Democrats were really nervous about Nevada. But I don't know about you guys. I'm not assuming anything when it comes to Nevada turnout, what we thought it was going to be perhaps 12 hours ago. I'm not as convinced of anymore, so we'll see. But basically, it looks like Republicans are running out of seats in order to find control of the Senate.
By the way, and we should just mention this in Pennsylvania, this is a pickup for Democrats.
This is the first pickup. Yeah. This is the first road win, if you will. I said, is somebody going to win something on somebody else's turf? This is the first major, this is the only Senate pickup we've had so far.
The seat held by a Republican picked up by a Democrat, Andrea, in Pennsylvania.
Well, this is such a big deal because, first of all, this was Pat Toomey's seat, of course, but John Fetterman had so much difficulty because of the health issue. Mehmet Oz, so well funded, I think this is another case where, as Chuck was pointing out earlier, the Trump coming in at the end in that final weekend for Dr. Oz really had to hurt him, because Pennsylvanians really reacted against Mastriano, the Trump choice for the governor's race, and they don't like extreme candidates. Pennsylvania has been a tough win in the past. You know, Hillary Clinton lost it. Donald Trump won it. John Fetterman did better than Trump did with the non-college educated voters rather than he did better than Biden did and worse than Trump, is the point.
Well, nobody with this low of an approval rating as a sitting president has ever done this well in a midterm in the modern era. And the Republicans have to look in the mirror. And if they don't sit here and look at Trump, and they may be afraid to pick this fight, but there's no doubt, this is now the fact Biden's sitting at 45%. The economy is where it was. You read that stat. This shouldn't be competitive, and it is. And I think you have one place to look.
We should also know Fetterman. I think a lot of people, when they watched his performance in that debate, were very concerned. Both of you have seen him since. His condition has improved.
The last 10 days, he's really been campaigning aggressively and performing a lot better. And that may have made a difference.
Hold that thought. We're back right after this break.
Good evening, I'm Tom Yamas. We're picking up our special coverage of Decision 2022. Results are coming in from many key races, and we're waiting to see how things are going to play out in one of the most competitive Senate races in the country. The entire power in the Senate could come down to this race right here. Too early to call between incumbent Democratic Senator Catherine Cortez Masto and Republican challenger Adam Laxalt. And the Latino vote there is crucial to these results. I want to turn now to NBC correspondent, my good friend Guad Venegas, who's at the Republican Watch Party in Las Vegas for us tonight. Clark County there. Guad, talk to us about the Latino vote. You've been on the ground there for months, and how important it is in this race and why it could make the difference.
Tom, well, we've been talking about the Latino vote. The projection was that 1 in 5 voters in the midterm elections were going to be Latino. Now, we do have that NBC News exit poll that found that about 12% of the voters that showed up were Latino. This wouldn't be a new thing, that we project more Latinos to vote than the ones that actually come out. We know from past elections that it's very difficult to understand what motivates Latinos to come out and vote. With that said, even if it's a 12% of Latino voters, that could be enough to break a tie because things are so close here in Nevada. Catherine Cortez Masto, the Democrat Latina incumbent senator, has been counting on that Latino vote. She had the Culinary Workers Union reaching out. They knocked on about 1 million doors. They were projecting to knock on 1 million doors to talk to voters, and that is the best way to reach out to those Latino voters in the state of Nevada, Tom.
Yeah, you know, when we did the poll, the NBC News Telemundo poll, the economy was the top issue for Latino voters. And we know there in Nevada, gas prices very high. Cost of living inflation very, very high. I do want to ask you sort of a random question, but it's important. What was the weather like in Las Vegas and in Clark County? Because there was a lot of severe weather moving into Nevada, and people were wondering how it could affect the vote today.
Tom, no one thought that the weather would be a factor, but it was. We had a storm come into Nevada. It brought snow to Washoe, and it brought rain to Clark County. These are the 2 largest counties. So people had to line up in snow and walk through the rain and the wind in different parts of the state. So we don't know how that affected until we get the total numbers, but definitely it could have been a factor for someone who waited to the last day to come out and vote. Now, the one thing that I would like to tell you, as we get some of the first results coming in from the state of Nevada, Clark County, where the vast majority of voters are located here in Nevada, we've spoken to officials at the county who told us it's going to be days for them to count all of the votes. It's going to be those mailed-in votes and those dropped off at those drop boxes that will be counted in the end. They're going to focus on counting the early votes and those that voted today, and then only after they will begin counting these mailed-in votes, and we know how those can make a difference. So people will have to be patient in Nevada. And if you think of the last election, the presidential election here 2 years ago, Nevada, Tom, was one of those states where we had to wait for days. Every morning we'd wake up, we'd be outside the county office waiting for results. It's a slow process, especially with these mailed-in votes. And keep in mind, today we saw Republicans come out in larger numbers in in-person voting in both of the 2 largest counties. But when we look at the number of Democrats versus Republicans that have been voting in through mail in the first 2 weeks, the Democrats, we had the results when early voting ended. It was like something like 150,000. And the Republicans, we saw like 90,000. So we expect the Democrats to have larger numbers in those mailed-in votes, Tom.
All right, Guad Venegas for us from Las Vegas. We want to rejoin NBC's special coverage of Decision 2022, the balance of power.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. Good morning. It's 1 a.m. on the East Coast, 11 p.m. on the West. This is our coverage of the 2022 midterm election.
It has been an unexpectedly good night for the Democrats against the odds. Let's get straight to some of the results now.
All right. Well, we have just made this call. John Fetterman will win the Pennsylvania Senate race, beating Mehmet Oz in a race that many people thought would not be counted for quite a long time. So Fetterman overperforming what many polls expected. Let's go to Alaska. That Senate race too early to call. Lisa Murkowski trying to hang on to her Senate seat. And in Georgia, it is still too close to call. And the question now is, will there be a runoff election if nobody gets to 50%?
Let's look at the Wisconsin Senate race right now. Too close to call, but Ron Johnson, the Republican incumbent, out in front there. In Arizona, the Senate race, too early to call. Also, the Utah Senate race, too early right now.
They're still counting ballots in Nevada as well. That Senate race, Catherine Cortez Masto trying to hang on to her Senate seat. Too early to call there. She's up against Adam Laxalt. And here's where the Senate stands at this hour. 47 seats to the Democrats, 46 to the Republicans. And the Democrats, with that Pennsylvania race, have a pickup. Let's go over to the governor's races here. Alaska governor, too early to call there.
Wisconsin, the governor's race, too early to call. We've looking at the Michigan governor's race, that's too early to call as well. Kansas governor, too close to call.
And Michigan governor, also too early to call. We did Kansas. Let's get to Arizona. Too early to call. We saw Carrie Lake already addressing supporters there, indicating she's in it for a fight. And in Oregon, the governor's race is too close to call. We will see what happens there. In Nevada, as with the Senate race, too early to call that Senate race. So I want to get to Dasha Burns. She's at Fetterman headquarters in Pittsburgh. Dasha, there got to be a good mood going on there after this race was called for John Fetterman.
Yeah, Savannah, the energy very quickly changed from very sleepy in this room to absolutely electric. My goodness, we were not expecting to call this race tonight. We were thinking we were going to be waiting potentially days for this, but Fetterman really outperformed in these key areas, outperforming Biden. Oz underperformed